हम आज का प्रोग्राम स्टार्ट करने वाले हैं और फ्रेश इंडिया शो की ओर से मैं आप सभी लोगों का वेलकम करती हूँ। मैं फ्रेश इंडिया शो की ओर से आप सभी लोगों का एंकर वैशाली वेलकम करती हूँ। बाहर जितने भी लोग मौजूद हैं मैं सभी लोगों से गुजारिश करूंगी कि आप हॉल के अंदर आ जाए। सो एवरीबॉडी, I would request you all, we are starting off in the next 2 minutes. I would really request you and I would really appreciate if you all can come and sit down here in the hall. Thank you. डॉक्टर प्रभात कुमार ने So friends, we are starting off with the day 2 of Fresh India show. So I would request everybody, please come as soon as possible and settle down. हम आज हमारा दूसरा दिन ऑफ फ्रेश इंडिया शो का शुरू कर रहे हैं, तो मैं बाहर जितने भी लोग मौजूद हैं सभी लोगों से गुजारिश करूंगी कि आप जल्द से जल्द अंदर आ जाए और सेटल डाउन हो जाए। हम हमारा प्रोग्राम अगले 2 मिनटों में शुरू कर रहे हैं। धन्यवाद। So, ladies and gentlemen, we are starting in the next minute. I would request everybody, I would really appreciate if you all can, if you all could come here and sit down. Please settle down. Also, I would really appreciate if you could put your phone on silent mode. आप सभी लोगों से मेरा ये रिक्वेस्ट है, आप सभी लोगों से मेरी ये गुजारिश है कि आप लोग कृपया करके अपने फोन्स को साइलेंट मोड पर डाल दें या फिर एयरप्लेन मोड पर डाल दें। हम अगले मिनट ही इस प्रोग्राम को शुरू करने वाले हैं। धन्यवाद। Check, hello, 1, 2. So ladies and gentlemen, we are starting. I would request everybody to settle down. Thank you. So a very hearty morning to everybody who have joined us here for the event. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is your host speaking, Anchor Vaishali Jaiswal, and I would like to extend a very glad welcome to everybody who's present here to make this event, the day 2 of Fresh India show, even more grand and successful. Before going forward, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to assure you all that this day 2 is going to be very fruitful and very beneficial as day 1. The last day was very effective and we had a lot of experts, a lot of speakers covering the event, and we discussed a lot many topics that include the inaugural session and welcome address by Mr. Zafar Naqvi, followed by Mr. Gokul Patnaik, Chairman of Global Agri System Private Limited. We also had session by Business Head of Safal and International Business. We threw light on F&B import dynamics in the UAE, importance of India as the fastest growing F&B and food market. India is a land of opportunities and access to global market through benchmarking in INDGAP on day 1. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, I, Anchor Vaishali, would like to extend a very convivial and urgent welcome on the day 2 of Fresh India show. Friends, I would really appreciate if we could start this day with a huge round of applause. क्या हम सब एक बार जोरदार तालियों के साथ इस दिन की शुरुआत कर सकते हैं? जी हाँ. Before going forward, I would like to thank you all for your precious time that you all have invested into this event. Thank you so much for your time, and we are glad, we are more than happy. To say that we are thrilled to see you is absolutely an understatement. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you to all the sponsors and supporters that has invested into the event and making it grand and successful. So friends, we have a very special guest with us today joining, and I would like to welcome our chief guest, Dr. T. Mohapatra, Chairman Protection of Plant Varieties and Farmers' Right Authority, Government of India. तो मैं चाहती हूँ एक बार हम हमारे चीफ गेस्ट डॉक्टर टी मोहापात्रा के लिए जोरदार तालियां बजाएंगे और उनका अभिनंदन करेंगे। इसके अलावा हमारे साथ आज यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं मिस्टर अजहर तंबूवाला। सो मैं उनको भी मंच पर बुलाना चाहूंगी और मैं चाहती हूँ कि एक बार जोरदार तालियों के साथ हम मिस्टर अजहर तंबूवाला, डायरेक्टर मार्केटिंग शादरी फार्म्स का वेलकम करते हैं। वो खुद ही माप लेते हैं बुलंदी आसमानों की, वो खुद ही माप लेते हैं बुलंदी आसमानों की, परिंदों को कहाँ तालीम दी जाती है उड़ानों की, महकना और महकाना तो काम है खुशबू का, वरना खुशबू कहाँ मोहताज होती है कदरदानों की। वेल फ्रेंड्स, अब यहाँ पर हमारे दो खास मेहमान आ चुके हैं। हमारे चीफ गेस्ट डॉक्टर टी मोहापात्रा और मिस्टर अजहर तंबूवाला जी मौजूद हैं। तो मैं मिस्टर एमबी नकवी जी से गुजारिश करूंगी, आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट हिम टू offer them flowers and extend a very cheerful welcome to both of them. So मैं चाहती हूँ एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए। Thank you. And I would also request Naqvi sir to extend these beautiful flowers to Director Marketing Shadri Farms, Mr. Azhar Tambuwala. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for your precious time. आप सभी का यहाँ पर हम बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद कहना चाहेंगे. And now we are kick-starting this day with session 5. The session 5 is about journey of bringing new varieties in India. The topic is Indian grape exports and scope for new variety success story of ARRA Variety Group in India. And to present this, I would like to call upon Director Marketing Shadri Farms, Mr. Azhar Tambuwala. Mr. Azhar Tambuwala will take the stage to discuss the topic of Indian grape exports and scope for new variety, success story of ARRA variety grape in India. With his extensive experience in the industry and Shahadri Farms, remarkable achievements, Mr. Tambuwala will shed light on the immense potential and promising future of grape exports from India. Join us as he shares the captivating success story of ARRA variety grape and explore the untapped possibilities for new varieties in the India market. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give Mr. Tambuwala a huge round of applause. जोरदार तालियां हो जाए Mr. Azhar Tambuwala के लिए.
Very good morning, everybody, once again. And it's nice to have another morning session with you people. I've only got about 15 minutes because I think yesterday's session, what really happened is we kind of got delayed and everything got a little rushed in the afternoon. So I'm going to try and make a quick one so that we have Mr. Mohapatra, who's got a lot more understanding of the entire variety policies in India, and that will be a very interesting session. So I am going to simply just start with here that what is the entire variety program in India and why, and how we are involved in it. The important thing is this is just a little idea of where we are. We are based in Nashik. This is a little snapshot of where we are. We are spread over about 110 acres, and we are an FPO, a farmer producer organization, and we like to believe that we like to think from the perspective of farmer benefit largely. Yes, of course, the industry and the consumer also takes precedence, but most of our policies and our thoughts are designed from a farmer perspective. This is just a bit of our vision mission. Like I said, we're finding solutions to small and marginal farmers, and how to make these small, and we spoke about it yesterday, how do we make these small marginal farmers, help them make farming a profitable business. And I'm leading this up all, of course, to the fact that I'm not deviating from the fact that we are talking about varieties, but this becomes a very important part of why the variety decision took place at our company. And when we're speaking of grapes, now this is just a small little idea of how we started our journey. And why this becomes important in the variety space is, whilst we started this journey in 1995 in the grape business, over the years, we kept realizing that India is missing something. Now, when I compare, we have some South African gentlemen and other people from here. In the early years, when I look at South Africa, when I look at South America or Chile, all these other countries have got close to about 100 years of experience sending grapes or exporting grapes from their countries. Whereas when in 1995 we started, we just started probably the first 1 or 2 years. So compared to the world, we were a very, very young country in trying to bring our grapes across to the foreign lands and to the European markets. Along the way, over the last, now we're in 2023, I think it's very safe to mention today that today we are a matured industry as compared to what we were in 1995 or the early 90s. And in that space, we have, in many ways, we have outpaced all these competitive countries, which is South Africa and Egypt and Chile and Spain and all. In fact, we have reportedly with many of our buyers or the institutions across, we probably have the best residue monitoring plan in the country, in the world. We are a small marginal grower country. All our growers are small. And in spite of that, controlling every grower to ensure that every lot, every batch that actually leaves this country is tested in a laboratory perfectly over here. All the laboratories are giving us perfect results and ensuring that not a single incidence of residue or exceedance of residues is happened in Europe for many years now. Whereas you see that happening every year with South Africa, with Chile, with many other countries who've got larger farms, they're commercial farms, but India is one country which has actually achieved through the government intervention, through the stakeholders, through the industry discipline and the grower discipline. So a joint effort of all the stakeholders ensured that we are able to deliver a product residue-free, coming from all small and marginal growers. Because this was the biggest challenge that we would always question about: how are you going to ever manage these small growers? So many growers is a big job to manage, and how do you get each and every one of them to actually control their residue levels? And we were able to do that. Not only we as an industry, the entire industry has been able to deliver perfect grapes free from residue. And I think there was a gentleman yesterday who kept asking on the residue questions. So it is possible with backend integration and hand holding that this we can do. And having said that, we've achieved today a status where we are India's largest grape exporters, and we're supplying close to about 42 countries in the world, with a major supply to. Thank you so much. Thank you. And we supply a big focus to all European major retailers in the world. And recently, we have also been awarded. There's a cluster program made by the government where we have been allotted about 100 crores just to develop the. Sorry. Okay. All right. So the government of India has just recently, earlier this year, awarded us a contract for development of grapes cluster for a period of 4 years, and there is a grant of 12 million and an equal contribution for us. Now that bit why I put down in the slide is largely because of this entire variety program that we actually are engaged in. And there's all this money that is going to come, and our contribution is going to go into the back end, into the development of the growers, and how do we subsidize their costs, as well as enhance their abilities to grow new varieties. So there were some mistakes also in the journey that we made. And I'll just kind of try to give you an idea of how we are doing this. All our farms are firstly digitized. This is an important fact that you must understand as an FPO. We always have a big problem with traceability. You've got so many growers. Where is all the fruit coming from? How do we manage it? And here what we do is all our growers are captured on our own in-house softwares, where the land banks, even if you see the plot of land is geotagged along with all the land documents and his identity cards, as well as the family details. Now this helps us in traceability. So if you have a small, maybe a half a kilo punnet lying somewhere in some corner of the world, anywhere, or let's say some corner of the country, we've got our own systems where I can pick up and I can tell you where that half a kilo of grape or any other produce actually was, where was it grown, what day it was packed, on which particular day it was harvested, and everything that is related to that half a kilo of grapes which you're consuming, we can give you full traceability on that. So this comes with use of technology. And I think we have a session on agri-technology later. And I think that is the new thing. A lot of farming conceptually, and we're all professionals over here from the agribusiness, we all recognize that farming is no longer just farming, but there is a huge value add when you bring in technology. So having done that, this is the entire traceability that I was talking to you all about. And what we're also doing is we are churning out. We've got about 18,000 growers in our midst, and we're generating a lot of data in that. And all of the data in today's world, we know that we're talking of data analytics and data management, and how do we manage all of that? So we've actually got employed companies to help us churn out this data so that we understand the trends, we understand what's happening in the world, and use that data to help us make better decisions for the growers, whether it's cropping, whether it's growing, whether it's weather, or whether it's from a commercial marketing side also. What we also do, and again, I'm not deviating from the topic, I'm fully aware that we're talking varieties and you're probably wondering why, but these are interventions that we do. We have technical meetings with our growers all the time, whether it's at the ground level, at the field level, or we have seminars on particular topics. We invite scientists and agronomists from across the world to come and speak to our people on various topics, probably which we may not be aware of, probably their country, or they probably got particular programs on nutrition management and many other factors. So we bring in these specialists from across the world to come and have on the field talks, practical. We get into the field, we look into the farms and actually understand what's happening so that our growers then can understand better. What we also do is we take groups of farmers. I've been doing that since about 20 years now. We pick them up and take them to some part of the world where grapes are grown. So we actually pick up a group of farmers, put them on a plane, take them to a land which grows grapes. And besides the fact that we also try to teach them the entire grape growing practices and the challenges of other growers in other parts of the world. It also opens up their mind that there is something beyond their little village or beyond their country, and that a lot of times we are kind of bound in our own thinking, saying that, okay, I'm in my village and my culture is the best and my systems are the best. But when they step out and they see that, okay, the white world or the other world is not so bad, and there is something right that they're doing, and then they also come back. So come back with a more open mind when they see women managers on the farms. Because commercial farms are outside, and they suddenly see women managers. So they suddenly aspire that they are the ladies of their house, the daughters also will step up and be as dynamic and maybe take charge of the business. So there is a lot of growth, mental growth that we have observed by picking up the farmers and putting them on a plane and actually giving them not really just a fancy touristing trip, but more of an involved kind of engagement with growers from the other side. So identify that, and they aspire to be better. Now, during this journey, what really happened is we managed to learn what the other growers' challenges are, how different they are, how different our Indian perspective is, as well as the very fact that they are working with so many new different. Why are the grapes better? The whole idea was, why are grapes average or in a certain way, but why are the grapes better? And what we realized is they are actually working on new varieties. Every land that we went to had some program for varieties coming from different breeders. And that's where we learned that, okay, we need to bring this to India. And this is just a slide, just to give you an idea that for years together, we have been the largest grape exporter since many years now. It's just a snapshot of our pack house where we employ, in the pack house, we've got about 1,200 people. Outside, we have over 1,000. During season, we employ close to about 4,000 people just for the grape business or the grape vertical that we do. And we are packing about 250 tons per day, close to about 17 to 20 containers per day. And we loaded about 1,200 containers. And all these are farmers. Again, I'd like to share with you, it's a massive supply chain operation which is behind. And like yesterday when I was speaking to your FPOs, the whole idea was we are an FPO, we are a farmers company. All the labor over here are farmers. They are rice laborers. So these are all rice growers. What they do is what we've picked up, because our entire concept is to help work with farmers in every different way and elevate their issues. These are rice growers in Andhra Pradesh, which we bring down during a grape season, because after the grape season, they go back for the growing of their rice. So at every point, we try to ensure that we are trying to help growers in some way or the other. Having said that, just a little snapshot of what the Indian landscape is. We are about 162,000 hectares of grape growing land. And from that, we are hardly exporting about 5 to 10%. And out of that, 90% is sold in the Indian markets. So there is fantastic potential for Indian growers to grow more production for export, to explore the world markets for export. A lot of these other countries, when you go to South Africa, you go to Egypt, you go to Chile, Brazil, not Brazil, but other, Spain and Italy, all of them have excess production where they are forced to export their product. They are unable to hold it. They don't have a domestic market. So even if you enhance production and you plant more acres and acres of land and have bigger farms, but you don't have a home market, they're forced to export. India does not have the position. Thankfully, our 1.5 billion, today we're the largest populated country in the world. That is a boon in many ways, because our growers don't ever have to throw the fruit away. You may get a lesser price for your B and C quality, but you never really have to throw the fruit away. Having said that, 90% of grapes being sold in India which means we've got a massive domestic market. And here I'd like to set an example that there was a time when we used to have a small burger off the street or tea of the street for 10 rupees, 20 rupees. And then you will see there's a dynamic shift suddenly when there's a Starbucks or there is a McDonald's and you're willing to pay 200, 300 rupees for the same cup of tea or coffee in a better environment for a better product. And you go to McDonald's, and McDonald's has now got Mac Tikki, which is very, very Indian, which you can make it at home for 10 rupees or, find it on the street also. Point I'm trying to make here, the Indian consumer, when given a choice, is always willing to pay a higher price for a better experience and a better product. And there is an affording public which can do that. The very fact that McDonald's and Starbucks is here and they're doing well, they're making money out of an expensive product. Here, it is the same thing that Indian consumer is not aware of grapes. He just looks at grapes as a product. There's no branding. And this is where we are trying to bring in new varieties to help them feel the difference. We've tried to keep some fruit on your table so that you can understand a slight difference between what you probably will you experience in the regular Thompson and the other varieties. India is largely, again, on the slide, you will see, we are largely only one single variety, Thompson seedless, about 90%. We have got black and red, which is extremely small volumes. The world markets, they are demanding red and black, which India does not have to offer. India is just the traditional variety, and we are trying to grow that for centuries together in manners that everybody else has grown. So the growers don't really have a choice. Now, working on an old variety has got its challenges, which nobody understood. And, you just go with the mindset that, okay, this is what it is. And nobody had an idea that this could be done differently. So when you look at all of these little points that I've tried to make over here, is the only variety majorly is Thompson. And this gives us challenges and the opportunity to bring in new varieties. And we have, before I come to the ARA side, I'd like to tell you is that I had a very huge challenge when we realized that what the world is doing, what India is lacking. I started going and approaching breeders for last, I think about 8-10 years ago. And every time I was met with rejection. None of them wanted to look at India because India's got an image. India is complicated. India doesn't have law. How will their rights be protected? So Mr. Mohapatra sir will actually talk more on that. So their breeders, they said, there are too many small growers. How do I protect my rights? What if my variety starts being robbed and somebody else, all the growers in the land take it? How do I control that? There's no policing. And there was a general image that, okay, India is dangerous not to go there. For years together, we kept knocking on all the breeders and we met with rejection. And they weren't even willing to talk to me. I was just another brown guy knocking on their door. Okay, you're another Indian. We've had many Indians coming to us and okay, you're another brown guy. We don't want to, I tried hard to tell them that we are different. We've got a plan. We've got an idea. We've got an approach. We're a grower company, but that met with a lot of resistance. Eventually, we managed to, through some other interventions, we managed to approach ARA and get a seating with them. And that's when we explained to them. Because until then, they weren't even willing to talk to us. They were nice if you went and met them, but they wouldn't really entertain you more than a few minutes. And when we sat down, I actually spoke to them on what we do. We are a grower company, and the challenges that are in India, or your fears, the apprehensions that you have, that we will resolve those issues, but provided you need to come once to India and visit. If you come, then we can show you something. And that's that when happened after many years, we managed to invite them. We showed them how their plants can be protected and how the entire policing can happen. What are the systems and what is the potential? Now, very importantly, I'd like to also tell you here is a lot of competition happening in the breeder world. There are many varieties. There are only 3 colors, red, black, and green. But there are constantly development in new varieties, which are late varieties, wind-resistant varieties. There are pest-resistant varieties, less costing varieties. All these entire varieties and all breeders are constant. And it's a huge program. Just for your knowledge, for a breeder to actually come up with a good variety is a 12 to 15-year effort. And during that year, at any point of time, they're working on probably 1,000 varieties. Out of those 1,000 mutations and everything that they do, they manage to probably get 1 or 2 varieties, and then they go to experiment with those 1 or 2 which they picked up, and look at it for a few years to see whether it works, and then make it commercially viable. So for them, they've put in this 10, 15 years of serious effort. It's literally a lifetime. You spend a few, 3 or 4 decades and come up with 3 or 4 varieties. It's a massive effort for the breeders, and obviously they don't know. We can well understand that they would be protective about it, and they'd like to now earn their money out of it. And if that variety suddenly goes all over the place and everybody's got it, and all their effort goes to win, it wouldn't be fair on them. So these were some serious issues that they had, and we had to elevate that. And then we agreed with them that we will be the only growers. We promise to you that we will reach to a scale that you need. And they gave us a very impossible or very difficult target, and that made us think a lot. But they wanted us to grow at least about 5,000 acres in the next few years, and we had to give them a commitment. And we said, all right, if we do that, they were willing to give us exclusivity, because for them, the fact is, if they have a controlled environment of 5,000 acres and their production, which will be for the next 15, 20 years, they're obviously going to earn a very handsome royalty every year on the product. And that's how the whole thing happened. And that's how we bring it to India. However, let me add here is we were also very excited that the first time in India, anybody's got a new variety, and we were very, very eager. So we made some mistakes in this, realizing that we've seen all these varieties across the world working very well and having a lot of commercial success. And we tried to bring it, and we planted some huge, because we had these commitments, we planted a lot of land. Then we realized that those varieties do not work the same way, they do not react the same way as they worked in a different country. So although technically we are above the equator, but we actually, our country or the grape growing region performs as if they're below the equator. And a lot of these learnings came across on how the management, because in India, we have a double pruning system, which is not there in the other countries. They work on a single pruning system. So all the agronomists and everybody that we had a lot of challenges in trying to understand how the variety should be catered to, how it should be grown in the country. And those few years also cost us a lot of money, also a lot of new learning. But having gone through that entire phase, so you can understand that this also, for us to gain some success today, has taken us about 8 to 10 years minimum. And a lot of money, a lot of effort, and we have had to have trial blocks, a lot of disappointments. Then some days we were wondering, I said, have we made the right decision? But today we managed to get the entire protocol correct, because there was nothing before that. There was no India protocol for growing grapes of a particular variety in our country. That had to be developed by us, by our growers, by our agronomists, by our teams, and understanding how to do that. And even in those phases, we used to take our people out to different countries, especially Brazil, because we believe that Brazil is more closer to India's growing conditions and practices. And having done that, today we successfully, last year we grew about 100 containers worth, which is about 2,000 tons of RR15 varieties successfully. And that is growing. We planted about 300 hectares, which is about 600 acres of RR15 grapes. And next year we're looking at planting about 1,000, 1,200. And in the years to come, we intend having about 2,000 hectares of RR plantations. But these will be more on the red and the black, because if you look at my statistics, India is hugely in need of a good red variety, of a good black variety, which can sustain shelf life and cost less to grow. And we already have a lot of Thompson in India. So from that logic, we looked at more of the red. Some of the red that you're eating, which is probably kept on your table over there, is one of these. This fruit has been harvested in January. Today we're sitting in June. This fruit sitting on your table is 6 months old. And you can quite imagine another Indian variety, which is a Thompson, would not have lasted so long. So this variety has got that shelf life. It can stay in cold store 6 months later. And this may be slightly sour. It may not be very sweet, because in January it's cold normally. So the fruit was picked at a certain time and presented to you. So this is just an example of how the whole thing has unfolded. Because of this entire program that we were doing, we were awarded the cluster management program. And like I said, this is the idea that over a period of 4 years, we will have another 15,000 hectares, and close in this program, over 25,000 growers will be benefited, and the government has been very supportive. They recognize that this is a huge change, and based upon this particular model, they've also tried to model for other crops. So they've got mangoes, and they've got apples and a few other crops, and they've also awarded similar cluster programs to other companies, also in bananas and all. And to cater to this entire, now this massive growth that we're having, we are additionally having more infrastructure. So we have to build in more pack houses. Obviously, you saw that one big pack house, which is great, which once upon a time, we also felt great that is the largest pack house in the country with the largest exporters. But then looking at what we want to do in the next few years, that suddenly is small. We can't run it. So now we need to build capacity. So now the next plan is we also have another 12 pack houses we're going to build, obviously in regions. So we can grow more, process more, and obviously additional, we need to find newer markets for this whole thing. Just to give an idea, these are the varieties that you see. You will see them, they all look very different. A lot of them, the taste, the flavor, the very fact that it can harvest earlier than the Thompson. So a grower has to probably tend to them about 20 days lesser than they would tend. So 20 days less cost, 20 days less risk to the of climate change. We also have, these are also rain resistant. You will see a lot of rain happening in, at wrong times. And that was a huge risk to the growers. So we have found that even during heavy rains, some of the ARA varieties have nothing's happened to them. And a lot of pest resistance, so less costs in their pesticides. So overall, by going in for these varieties, it is costing you less to grow. There is more yield. Like some growers who had this variety, they say, we've never seen so much fruit on our farm. The very fact that, and usually they needed a lot of pushing, a lot of hormones, and they needed to push the product to actually get more yield. And here, without any expense, naturally the product was able to have a lot bigger yield. So this is the ARA program, but having looked at that, having opened the doors, other breeding programs in the world suddenly thought that, we may miss out on the India opportunity, because India is nascent, it's virgin, 162,000 hectares of land, and we have only planted 300. So imagine if 162,000 hectares converts to new varieties, which is going to be a great potential for the Indian domestic market as well as for our overseas business market. And the growers, the entire industry will completely change and scale up to a completely different level. This is actually a revolution in the making. And I think the breeders kind of recognize that they're going to miss the boat if they don't really get into India. So then we also managed to bring in the SNFL varieties. And there's another program which never stepped out of Europe or out of Spain. They came and also offered us the varieties. So now we are running 3 programs, all of ARA, SNFL, and ITUM. And we are in talks with another 2 breeding programs to bring in their varieties also into India. But like I said, the first few steps are always difficult, but when you move through, then we are able to get the others. Just an idea of all our certifications that we have, a lot of our customers across the world in India, and because of which we can go ahead, because we are the probably most companies, I think, basically try to build a domestic market and then they go out. What we've done is reverse, is we built an export market and then we've come to India. So we built a huge export business and taken all the learnings, whether it's technical, whether it's consumer, whether it's retail, just understanding the whole thing and saying, how can we bring this to our Indian business or to our Indian consumers? So that's been a reverse kind of a trend that we've had. This is a reach. We supply to probably about 42 countries across the world with our grapes. So just a little idea. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you. So traditionally, Thompson will give yield about 12 to 15 tons, out of which probably you can export about 6-7 tons. That has been the standard for Thompson variety. With Ara, we are easily getting 15 to 18 tons, plus about 80-90% is exportable. For the simple fact that it can easily get a size, it has easily got a lot of yield, it has got its crunchiness and flavor. So overall, the grower is able to export more as against the old traditional varieties. So maybe your question for the rest of the people.
The table grapes normally is grown in the south. Geographically, it is. And the seedless, which is processed type, is normally grown in Nashik and other areas. So do this grapes do good also in north or south?
So Nashik is the largest growing. It's called the grape capital of India. So Nashik is the largest grape growing city or region in the country. There are other grape growing regions. You have grapes in Andhra Pradesh and Karnataka and also in Gujarat, but Nashik is best suited. Having said that, if grape can grow in Andhra and Karnataka and in Gujarat and anywhere else, these varieties can also grow there. It will have to be studied how to adapt to the soil and weather conditions. So that little study will have to be done. But there's now, to answer your question, yes, it can grow.
What is the real problem?
No, we don't think water is the only problem. In growing, there are multiple problems, of which one is water. And in the growing region of Nashik, there is enough. Water is, if you go down to Latur or to the other sides of Maharashtra, there is less water. You will see less production of grapes, although grapes can be grown there. They are shifting more to pomegranates or anything of that sort. But Nashik has water. Nashik has got many dams, and through that there are a lot of canals, and we are able to have water for that purpose. So Nashik is suited for that. That's the reason it becomes, it has all the climatic conditions, the ecosystem, and that's why we can grow. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tambuwala, for your insightful talk. All right. So ladies and gentlemen, nextly, we have the honor of a very special address by Dr. T. Mohapatra, the chairman of the Protection of Plant Varieties and Farmers' Right Authority, Government of India. Dr. Mohapatra will deliver a compelling speech titled Enhancement of FNV Production Through New Varieties. Drawing from his expertise and vast knowledge in the field, Dr. Mohapatra will emphasize the significance of introducing new varieties to enhance fruit and vegetable production in India. His address promises to provide valuable insight into the role of plant varieties in ensuring sustainable agricultural practices and empowering farmers across the nation. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give big hands to Dr. T. Mohapatra.
Very good morning to each one of you. And thanks, Dr. Naqvi, for inviting me to be part of this program, Praise India Show. And thanks, Mr. Azhar, for an excellent presentation on grapes, giving various facets of grape production, export, and other related complexities involved. We were supposed to start at 10:30. It's already almost 11:10. So hopefully I'll be able to do this in 15-20 minutes. I don't have any slide, so hopefully I should be able to finish within the stipulated time of 15 minutes or so. You have been discussing horticulture since yesterday, and the various aspects of it have been already covered. I have been asked to focus on enhancement of production of fruits and vegetables through new varieties. You all know that India is doing pretty well in horticulture. It is quite satisfying for all of us. In recent times, our production of horticulture surpassing that of grains, food grains, with regard to total production. More than 340 million tons of horticultural produce. And certainly that is satisfying for all those who are concerned with per se production of horticulture in India. That's not all. The growth is also significant, a little more than 4% growth, annual growth with regard to horticulture. And that is again contributing to overall annual growth in agriculture and allied sector more than 3.5%. And despite COVID, and again contributing to export of more than 50 billion US dollar. So this signifies the combined efforts of the farmers, the policymakers, the scientists, the exporters, the private concerns who are engaged, even farmer producer organizations which are coming up. An example is Sahyadri, was made a wonderful presentation how they are dealing with. And I've taken he has taken an example of grapes, but he has been also working on other crops, particularly horticulture crops. So this is while satisfying, and we take pride that we are growing well and doing pretty well during past few years. And also with regard to productivity, we have done relatively better. 2001, 2002, we're about around 8 tons per hectare of horticultural productivity, little more than 8. And now we are close to 12 tons. So 3.5 to 4 tons gain, around 3.5 tons gain over a period of 20 years. Though it appears significant per hectare productivity in case of horticulture, but that is not really very high. Mr. Ajar was telling about grape productivity with Ara group of varieties, how it has been increased as compared to earlier ones, for instance, Thompson Seedless. We do see similar situation in other crops, and particularly in horticulture crops. But that's not really enough to take a pride in, and in the process remain satisfied with what we have achieved. What all contributes to this? What all contribute to these gains? Certainly the new varieties, and that's what is the topic of discussion. But variety alone certainly doesn't really work well, and there are other aspects of management which matter. Management has assumed greater significance in the context of export, in the context of the acceptability by the consumers in the domestic market as well as the global market, the quality of the produce, the food safety considerations, and so on and so forth. So there are many different aspects. It's not just enhancing productivity that matters, because if you see the global horticulture trade that is, the way it is growing. And it is growing at about 10% CAGR. And that's very significant annual growth rate. And from around 20 billion US dollar to in 5 years to 40 billion, around 40 billion US dollar at annual growth rate of 10%, 10.2% or so. That projection is quite attractive. That's a kind of global market which is waiting for us. But at this point in time, we are just 1% of that trade at the global level. And you might have been told and discussed, all these yesterday. But I'm highlighting because one side, our productivity is low as compared to other countries. And the quality and the requirement in the global market and the requirement by the global consumers, is a bit different. And probably we don't really understand as in all crops and commodities which are being exported or need to be exported or are being imported at this point in time for capturing that global market. So we need to really comprehensively address this, by way of use of technology and also by way of right kind of policy decisions which can support and enhance and strengthen and enhance horticultural production in the country. Time is limiting. I'll not be able to really cover all aspects adequately, satisfying you all the requirements which would be essentially, desired, to address the needs. But a few points I'll cover. If you take the example of mango, for instance, the Safal man is here, Mr. Sahu, and promoting must have talked about yesterday. I find he spoke about, about the role of Safal in fact, promoting mango, in fact, transport, consumption, trade in the domestic market, and how that is driving production. Mind you, we are the country having largest diversity, highest diversity with regard to mango. More than 500 different kinds of varieties, a wonderful array of kind of aroma tests, and the kind of organoleptic properties which has been done in different labs, the kind of smell that we see, and all that, unbeatable, unparalleled. But see the global market of mango trade, where we are, how much we are able to export, and what is the productivity with regard to mango? 8 tons around, maybe 8-9 tons, not more than that. So what plagues this? And this is the mute question, that how we can enhance productivity to start with, without sacrificing that noble trait of varied kind of aroma tests, organoleptic properties, and satisfying a wide array of consumer needs in the global market. Do we really understand that global market, that consumer needs in the global market adequately to promote export and also enhance productivity with regard to those kind of varieties in the country? Probably at this point in time, there is quite a bit of paucity of information and knowledge in this area. Whole lot needs to be done, starting from studying the global market and demands and coming back to the production and productivity increase, say with regard to mango. Taking advantage of our diversity which is existing and the kind of germplasm and genotypes and varieties that we have already available. Quality planting material with regard to the high-yielding varieties and hybrids which have been developed. Hybrid is no issue here because it is all asexual propagation, and you can fix heterosis at one single stroke. Not a big deal. And that has been done already. And without sacrificing the aroma and taste. So how do we really ensure that kind of quality planting material and the appropriate management practice to have a higher productivity? So the varietal selection in different agroclimatic, in fact, we have done indiscriminately promoted mango in same variety going to all parts of the country. And, that has happened to a certain extent. And that analysis we have done. And probably one need to really have a critical analysis of that and appropriately promote the varieties in different regions. So, and there is certain, considerations with regard to agroclimate one need to really take into account. And we can't really grow Alfonso everywhere, and we should not. And the GI considerations are there, of course. And the agroclimate considerations is an old concept. So enhancing productivity and maintaining quality is of crucial importance to have more productivity to start with and have right kind of market destination to be satisfied in the process. So this is what is very, very important. And how do we really have appropriate amount of planting material available with regard to mango? And that's the issue in many crops. I'll come back to a little later about the issue of grapes, already covered, but just 1 or 2 points. But this is with regard to fruits, and I believe that mango is a bright example. How do we promote disease-free planting material? And so also the pomegranate. The pomegranate, we need to really address many issues there. But if I go crop-wise, I can spend the whole day that will tell you what we should be doing with regard to really new varieties. And what are the traits, the processable traits particularly, and what are those traits of concern that we need to really address to have new varieties. Not that by way of import, we can satisfy all the needs in this country. And this we should really underline. Import is important. We must really go for that. And appropriately choosing the varieties. For instance, in crops like, say, apple. And, choosing right kind of variety and then through appropriate, phytosanitary measures, we need to really promote them. And, that has really happened, and that is promoting the apple production. But there are other issues of trade, and I'll not go into those. So today, what is important is climate change, and we need to really take that into account. Not that every variety would be suitable here. And, as it was said, that we have to choose what would be best suited to our situation. Given the kind of temperature rise, happening, even in J&K and parts of Himachal Pradesh, and what kind of varieties would do better, and how long we should be, because these are all orchards once planted, and a few years you have to really, keep, depending on those, and you should be really careful. And that is there lies a little bit of research needs, that need to be really done. As it was pointed out, in case of horticulture crops, adequate investment in research has not really happened. It takes many years to actually identify a good mutant, from the existing varieties. Say in case of Thompson seedless, identifying one from these, a bud spot and mutant, and then promoting that which would be doing better. So it takes many years, and at times they're all chance kind of hybrids and mutants which are identified. And through hybridization, one can fix. But then a large-scale screening is required. And that kind of large-scale effort has not really happened in this country. The investment has not really happened to that extent. And that kind of breeding expertise has not really gone into, to develop that kind of, variety in the country. And that's the reason why we have lagged behind with regard to having new kind of varieties in many crops in horticulture, many different species. And we have depended largely on imported ones. And probably we have to continue doing that, and we must really promote that. And how do we promote to import the right kind of varieties and then promote productivity? That I'll very briefly touch upon. But certainly the focus is that choosing right kind of variety, whether imported or bred in the country, to satisfy consumer needs, to export needs, and also maintaining the organoleptic requirements is very, very crucial. And today we talk about many needs with regard to health and nutrition, and fruits and vegetables certainly are very, very important. We breed for higher yield, and the process we lost track of the quality and the essential nutritional requirements of fruits and vegetables, and more so with regard to vegetables. And we have seen bigger kind of fruits and vegetables, the yield is higher, but we lost those properties, the traditional brinjal varieties that we had, and we don't get the taste that is required in new hybrids. And many consumers complain about that. And it's not just increasing yield. We need to really take into account the quality, the traditional qualities which were preferred by consumers. And some of those are still available and being maintained by farmers. And we need to really preserve those. And that's the role of the Plant Variety Protection Authority, which I am heading now, that how we can really keep preserving those, allowing them to evolve in nature, and in the process adapt to climate change, and then still preserve those quality traits, nutritional traits for future. And that's the objective. And that is what we are doing at this point in time. So conservation of those varieties is essential for preserving the traits of relevance for future generations. And also in the process, having adaptive traits developed in those ones, so that for future requirements, we have those newer types evolving in the process. So new variety development cannot happen in isolation. Mind you, in isolation. Introducing one from outside may not always satisfy this requirement of the agroclimate of the country, which is quite diverse, mind you, that it is as a short-term measure, it might meet the requirements, not as a long-term requirement. We need to really invest there, and investment is very, very essential. And I always urge and and always hope that there would be greater investment, not only by public institutions and the government, but also by private in research. And so that in a collaborative mode, through a public-private partnership, we are able to develop new varieties by using our traditional ones, where the quality is very much preserved, and which is very much preferred by the local consumers, and in the process satisfy the needs. And that is very, very important, and I would emphasize on that. And I expect that such kind of events would bring out recommendations, and that should lead to more of a partnership and more of investment by private in research in the country, so that newer varieties with higher yield, with better quality, maintaining nutritional requirements are developed, and we meet the needs of the country. And in the process also capture the export markets. When I say so, it's not just fruits and vegetables, even for instance, the spices. That's not the matter of discussion today, but that's also a very important area we export. But that's not really enough that we are exporting. What we are exporting, how much we are producing, I'll not go into those details, but there are again concerns there. But with regard to say crops like grapes, we identified the rootstock doggeries many decades ago. The Indian Institute of Horticulture Research. Elaborate research was carried out to identify this is a drought tolerant, the salt tolerant, and that rootstock is very, very important. And the Thompson seedless and all that which you see commercially grown, they are based on that kind of rootstock. Mr. Azhar presented newer rootstocks in addition to that. And we find newer ones being discovered. For instance, 110R is now identified as a better rootstock than doggerage. Rootstock breeding is very, very important in case of fruit species. Even in case of vegetables, for imparting right kind of resistance to soil factors, biotic factors, soil stress, even abiotic factors like water stress. And that kind of breeding is so essential. And today we have initiated some work, but I believe it's a long way to go. And there is a requirement of greater investment in rootstock breeding, elaborate rootstock breeding. And rootstock breeding would lead to higher productivity. It's not just imparting abiotic and biotic stress tolerance due to soil factors, but also the quality and productivity of the grafted sign is also dependent on certain extent on rootstock. So that's the reason why this is also very, very crucial. And how do we introduce varieties from outside? And the Plant Variety Protection Authority supports this. But at this point in time, introduction and commercialization, commercial cultivation of the introduced varieties and due approval of that for that purpose requires time. And that's what analysis I did. And I did notice that it takes longer, several years, more than 5 years it takes to approve and provide certificate for protection of those which are getting introduced. And we are exploring ways and means at how we can reduce this time. We compared the methods which are being used by UPO, the Union for Protection of New Varieties of Crops, which is adopted by many countries across the world. And 3 to 4 years they also take to approve any variety for commercial culture and other to grant protection. So that kind of time requirement probably we should be able to really do in this country, and in the process ensure protection of your introduced variety in the country, and also facilitating in the process the kind of other requirements. So with regard to its introduction, large-scale cultivation, and production of disease-free planting material, and so on and so forth. All large-scale introduction of that kind of material. This country needs, availability of disease-free planting material. I believe my time is over, and I don't want to really prolong. It's already 11:30. And almost 15 minutes is done for me, but 2-3 minutes more, I believe that is possible. So this country needs disease-free, and government has already introduced a scheme of producing that kind of material, whether introduced or otherwise produced or developed in this country. High yield cannot be realized if the planting material is not disease-free. So that is most crucial for having productivity gains realized. And who would produce? The mother stocks are not there appropriately. Disease-free mother stocks getting promoted in this country. Can private chip in to produce adequate amount of planting material which is disease-free? And can there be partnership? The nursery people are there around the country, and how private can intervene and have clustering of that kind of those agencies which are already producing planting material but not very well trained and do not have much facility and knowledge system available. And can we really put in place a mechanism with engagement of private and the public system, the institutions which are working in those crops, so that the disease-free planting material is available? I'm sure that is one aspect which need to be really done. And how do you produce throughout the year for export, for processing industry to work? The processable variety is one thing. The right kind of nutritional quality and organoleptic properties is another thing. But availability of raw material, adequate quantity of raw material for export and for processing is yet another thing. And having pack houses, storehouses, one can create, but having fresh produce all the time, and can we really have? Certainly, protected cultivation is one option, and it's growing. I believe the private has tremendous scope there to enhance productivity, and also in the process have adequate production throughout the year, expanding the production time and the season. And that's very, very important. And maintaining right kind of environment under control condition and producing enough quantity and adequate quality and maintaining the safety standards, on all that is possible. And I believe that is the role of private here and partnership here, and the agri infrastructure fund can be utilized for this purpose. And how do we really take advantage of all these programs and policies and schemes of the government so that horticulture revolution gets strengthened and we capture more and more of global market? And can we really do this? That's the moot question, and how much we can do this. And such programs provide opportunity for us to really do. The Plant Variety Protection Authority has so far protected about 600 horticulture crop varieties, the fruits, vegetables, spices, and so on and so forth. So that's not really enough. In 18 years of its existence, those 600 varieties have been protected. And there's a long way to go. And I believe more and more proposals from you and can come. And I can assure you that we will certainly hasten the time and have more of protection as we go along and have this horticulture revolution realized in the country. And I can keep on. There are many aspects to this discussion of having newer varieties. And we didn't have the right to release a systematic release process actually in horticulture crops. When I was Director General of ICAR and Secretary there during the 6.5 years of my tenure, I looked at this issue that why horticulture varieties do not really get released at the same pace as other crop varieties. Because the perenniality is one of the reasons. But you have also annual crops there. But for perennial crops, we have also the system in place, alternative system. But the mechanism is not really exploited adequately to have newer varieties developed. I gave a push and we released more than 300 varieties during my tenure, but that's not really enough. I believe that with your effort and engagement, and when we join hands, we should be able to really introduce and develop also new varieties for enhancing productivity and enhancing quality, and also bringing in newer traits. Today, we know that a new amino acid called taurine has recently been identified, which has anti-aging properties, but not available in plants. You have to consume animal products. For vegetarians, you don't have that amino acid. So can you really produce that by way of engineering, biosynthetic pathway engineering? So pathway engineering through gene editing, can you create a step in biosynthesis of taurine? And in the process, produce that so that the rate of aging is minimized in case of horticulture crops. The sky is the limit to have new varieties and then in the process, capture the export market. And our innovation can really, win these markets which are available, domestic or export. So thank you very much for inviting me. And always there is opportunity to discuss more, and we can discuss more during tea time. So thank you very much. Wish you all the very best.
Thank you so much, Dr. T. Mohapatra, for your time and valuable insights. Well, now I would request Mr. Azhar Tambuwala and Mr. M.B. Naqvi to jointly give away a beautiful memento as a token of appreciation to Dr. T. Mohapatra. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Dr. T. Mohapatra, Chairman, Protection of Plant Varieties and Farmers' Right Authority, Government of India. Thank you so much, sir. All right, friends, so it's time for the session 6. And this session is about berries, the next big crop in India and strategies to profitably supply the market. And The presentation is going to be given by Mr. Richard Walbrecht, President, Cravo Equipment Limited, Canada. Mr. Richard is President and CEO of Cravo Equipment Limited. Cravo is a pioneer in designing retractable greenhouses. He has more than 30 years of experience in designing automated retractable roof greenhouses. He has also vast experience for cultivation of berry, cherry, cannabis, and exotic vegetables across the globe. He has already developed several projects in India, and I would request everybody, can we have a huge round of applause for Mr. Richard? Welcome. And I would also like to call upon stage Mr. Ambrish Karwat, Chairman, UPA Group of Companies and Mentor Director, Smithers Oasis India Private Limited. I would also like to request his presence on stage, Mr. Sam Ahilan, Chairman, FD Berries SA Mexico. I would also request Mr. Brent Walsh, CEO Berries SA South Africa, and Dr. Satish Rao, Director Fiberdust LLC USA. I would also request Mr. Terry Fassel, Director of Export Sales, Oregon Berry Packing. Okay, and last but never the least, I would request on stage Mr. Vimal Saloth, co-founder, Farm to Farm India Private Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, I request all our guests must receive a huge round of applause. Welcome, speakers. So we are starting off with the next session, berries, the next big crop in India and strategies to profitably supply the market.
Good morning, everybody. We're going to try to keep this moving along here. First of all, thank you for the opportunity of speaking and sharing some experiences here. We've got an amazing panel here that's going to talk a lot about blueberries. And so I thought I would talk about strawberries to give you a different perspective. And so the focus of my talk is going to be strategies to try to produce strawberries year-round in India. And locally, strawberries are in plentiful supply during the December to March timeframe, when the weather conditions are ideal. But unfortunately, at that time of the year, prices are low because there's plentiful supply. Once March conditions come and temperatures rise, all of a sudden the production goes down and prices will go up. And then you've got the monsoon rains to contend with. So we can learn from experiences in Mexico since they have very similar conditions. And so if you look on the map, where the arrows are, you can see it's basically at the same latitude. And Mexico is a great country to learn from because they're a similar developing country. They have the advantage of selling to the US. And so they do invest in technology faster because they will get higher prices. So we have a demonstration research center in Mexico, in Irapuato. And I'm going to share with you some of the experiences. So the first thing I always do is look at climate. And so if you take the climate of Guadalajara and Bangalore, you can see that the temperature curves, both the high and the low temperatures, follow each other. And the rain patterns follow each other. And so when you start with climate and understand the basics of plant physiology, you can start to figure out how to create strategies to leverage the learnings from other regions. So this is a short little video just showing the demonstration area for strawberries. So in this first house, what you can see is we have a big open space in the middle here. And then there is 5 rows of double gutters supported with net in between. So this is allowing us to have 10 gutters per 9.6 meter wide house, and is providing a big open space in the middle for a tractor to go down for automatic spraying. So we're getting 5 sets of double gutters in this house here. When we go to this house here, single space gutters here, and there is 8 gutters per house here, but this will require a manual backpack for spraying. We have the NGS rotating gutter system here. And so there are 2 different densities in this house. And you can see that the gutters are just starting to rotate now. And what this is doing is giving us a higher density. But when we want to harvest or work on the plants, we still have a big opening. So the retractable roof is really allowing this technology to be exploited, because in a conventional poly house or tunnel, you don't have enough light or control over humidity to have such a high density. And so by putting a retractable roof in combination with a rotating gutter system, we are taking advantage of the high light, the good humidity control, and the high density to get the maximum kilos per hectare. And so this system here, there is either 125,000 plants per hectare, or we're up to 160,000 plants per hectare on the back. So this is going to be a very interesting system to watch for growers who are really wanting to grow the maximum kilos on the smallest possible footprint. So we've been doing this for 5 years now at the same location. And so we've defined some objectives at the research center. The first one is we're trying to target 9 to 12 months of harvest. What can we do profitably? And looking at it financially, we want to look at systems that will generate less than a 4-year return on investment. Both Mexico and India struggle with having a lot of experienced management from an agricultural point of view, particularly when you get into higher technology and hydroponics. So one of our focuses is how to create an easy to manage system. The more complicated it is, the greater the risk of errors. And with the way the weather is changing globally, we've heard a lot of discussion about that this week already. The requirement or the need to be able to react quickly to changing weather conditions is becoming paramount. And with the increased focus on food safety, we're looking at what strategies can we employ to reduce chemical applications and chemical residues. So what are some of the key learnings over the last 5 years? When you look at any agricultural business, the first thing people look at is genetics. They look at their irrigation strategy, their nutrition strategy, how they manage pests and disease. But the thing that is ignored the most is climate. And climate is basically affecting all the other circles there. And so our focus is how do we optimize the climate in order to influence the transpiration rate, the plant's natural disease, resistance to disease and insects, and of course, the yield and the quality. So the first thing is to decide whether growing in the soil or hydroponically is more suitable for your situation. And there's parameters to that. I'm not going to go into detail, but there is benefits to growing in the soil and there are benefits to hydroponic and there's drawbacks to both. And so we believe that that should be a part of the evaluation process. The second thing is we've seen that a larger soil media is easier to manage than a smaller soil media. So when you saw the rotating gutter systems, the initial reaction was, hey, we've got more plants per hectare. The disadvantage was there was a smaller soil media volume, which made management of the crop much more difficult. And so while you think a higher density gives you a higher yield, it actually has the potential of reducing the yield per plant. In order to maximize the financial return, the challenge in both India and Mexico is trying to get an early harvest. You've got a hot summer, then a rainy monsoon period. And so we were able to show that we can actually get our harvest at the end of September, early October, by using the retractable roof to manage the climate. And we're extending the harvest into June. So this picture was just taken on June the 3rd. So we're starting our harvest early October, running the harvest into June. And the next step is to try to push it through the summer. When you're managing disease, the triangle here is a really good example of there's an interrelationship between the host, the pathogen, and the environment. And what we've learned is when you're able to choose to have a protected environment and an outdoor environment, you can actually break the disease triangle and reduce the amount of foliar disease that you're experiencing. And so we looked at what was our experience in the retractable roof, and then we also talked to local growers in the area that were growing in tunnels and go, let's understand what's the difference in the disease pressure and insect pressure. And you can see basically every major pest or disease was reduced when you were able to grow in both an outdoor and protected environment. If you have a reduction in disease and insect pressure, you're now going to reduce your spraying. So there was a 50% reduction in the number of spray applications. We were able to reduce the use of agrochemicals by 83% by increasing the amount of organic sprays by 50%. And so not only is that saving money because you're spraying less and organic compounds are more economical, you're actually reducing your chemical residues. The harvest, we were running anywhere from 0.6 to 1.5 kilos per plant, depending on the variety, the weather, and the quality of the young plant. We were running about 95% number one fruit quality. Our harvest was September till the middle of June. Potential exists for 12-month per year harvest. The number, if you're growing hydroponically, the number of gutters that you put in a 9.6 meter wide house will affect the number of plants per hectare, your yield, your revenue, and profit per hectare. But it's also going to affect your ease of management, your spraying efficiency, and harvest efficiency. So in countries like Australia, where labor is very expensive, they're going to focus on reducing labor costs. Here, where labor is more plentiful and less expensive, the focus will be on probably trying to reduce the amount of capital that you invest, because labor is not as much of a factor. In order to try to decide which solution is best, we take it not only from looking at what are the results, but also then start to build financial models so that you can start to evaluate which of these different systems are going to make sense. So looking at what's the price per month that you can get for your harvest, what's the climatic conditions, what's your capital availability, what's the level of management expertise you have, will influence which of these different solutions make the most sense. And so that is as simple as the presentation gets for today. Thank you. We're going to do a virtual call now with Mr. Terry Fassel from Oregon.
So ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Terry Fassel, Director of Export Sales, Oregon Berry Packaging, couldn't make it today here, but he has something to say.
Good morning to you. Unfortunately, Mr. Sam Mahalian is not here. He has sent us a video, educational video here. We can have it now.
So I will request the AV team to play the video. So ladies and gentlemen, this is the video by Mr. Sam Ahilan, Chairman FD Berries SA, Mexico.
Is Sam Ahilan from FD Berries, Mexico, FD Berries, USA, FD Berries, India. Namaste, Fresh India, Vanakkam India. This is Sam Ahilan from FD Berries, Mexico, FD Berry, USA, FD Berries, India, Fibrous Group. It's a great pleasure and a great opportunity for me to take part in this group and give my first-hand experience as what I have learned in the last 5-year journey in berries production. Today, what I'm going to do for you is give you an overview of the global marketplace in blueberry production, especially in the high bush. Then I'm also going to translate that to how FD Berry in Mexico has learned, made mistakes, which I can give you what not to do and do that implementation in India. And give you overall what are the most important elements. Let me introduce my team FD Berries. Part of the team is here, and they most probably will be coming to the USA and India to help the process of implementation and so forth. On my right, Abhishek Rao is our newly added junior position, learning in India firsthand. He is an horticulturist, and he will be at the show, being part of the panel. And Satish Rao will be there giving you a great opportunity also on the different applications of blueberries. I have Roberto here in farm manager. He's in the FD Berries phase 1. It's about 100+ acres here. We do the production. Then I have Elizabeth. She is our technical specialist, looking at all what goes into the production line and what comes out of the production line, especially on the production of blueberries. It's critical. She works with external technical people, and she will be more than happy to share some of the highlights. Then I have Brian, who has experience on production of raspberries and also blueberries, and he's going to be heading from phase 1 to phase 6 in the near future. That's going to be another 120 acres. You're going to see that today. So I'm surrounded by the great team. I can't succeed if I don't have a great team. That's the number one for you. Any production of berries or any business you do. So having said that, let me go into the first overall global view. Today, or 2 years ago, I would say about 1,800,000 tons of blueberry were produced overall. What do we expect? 3 years from today is going to be about 3 million tons. That's a huge growth. Where is it all grown today? If you look at America, to about 1 million kilos, about 960,000 metric tons. Where does the rest come from? Asia is doing about close to 500. If you look at 5 years ago, they're not even close to these numbers. The rest come from Europe, Morocco, then come from South Africa. These are all big markets. Then I'm going to give you just an overview how many hectares being in the production. Just to give you, in China, they have gone up to 71,000 hectares in a short time. That's amazing. But if you look at US, it's about 46, 47, 48,000 hectares, being steady, not growing as much as the other region. When I came to Mexico, it's only 5,000 hectares or 4,700. Today, they have 11,400 hectares. Peru, unbelievable story. 11, 12 years ago, they were not even 100 hectares. Today, they have 19,500 hectares. They made an economy out of it. It's unbelievable. If you look at Chile, has been there for a while, 17,000 hectares. Okay, now look at Spain, 5,000 hectares production. Morocco is increasing rapidly. They are going to be producing, I would say, close to their target is 100,000 metric tons in the near future. US is doing close to 200,000. Mexico is doing close to 100,000 metric tons. So these are numbers. And when you see why blueberry, it's a superfood. I mean, it's very, people feel the benefits you derive from the berries is what's driving us, right? So it's not just blueberries. If you look at raspberries right behind it, Mexico is number 2 in the world. Russia is number 1. We have more hectares for raspberries. Not too many competition for that. If you take blackberries, we actually have more hectares for blackberries. Okay, so given that, let me give you an overview how this market is has gone through. This is some references I made, and I will show you this, give you an idea. He's going to so that give you some 963,000 metric tons came from the Americas. You will see about 525,000 metric tons came from the Asian market. The rest of the market, you can see the numbers over there. Then I'm going to see how this being spread up, how each one is growing, different color modes. It's an amazing trend. Okay. One more view. Hold on a second. I will show you another view here, how this has grown in the last years, how the market has gone from between the Americas, the Asian, and the rest of the the European countries. Okay. Having said that, what my overview today is, go from here. Then I'm going to take what are the most important elements that we have to do if you look at for blueberry cultivation. Why? From an overall view to how I did, then you can see how you can do. Okay. And we will be, FD Berries India will be a main important party. Why? Number one, you got to have the variety. When I came 2-3 years ago to look at some of the farms over there, you know, the cost of the plants are so high. I don't think economically you can make it work. So variety is important. So production per hectare is important. So variety will lead to that. The size, the caliber, the taste is very important. Second is important is the water quality, water management, fertigation management, very important. So this is what my team does. So we will show, I'm more than happy to share it. I have great water here, then I have a challenging water in one place. I drilled 3 wells already, and I may have to put an RO system to complement that. Very important component. That's some of the mistakes I learned. So when I say variety, you will see I started with Biloxis. 5 years ago, what did I know? That's all I knew. Now today, the Biloxi is going, I don't want to say going out, we are replacing with greater varieties. Sequoia Pop, Sequoia Beauty. And there are more varieties coming in, and we will be testing it. We will be launching that even in India. That's my game changer in the near future. We will work with some of the genetics companies. We will put even a small nursery and work with the existing nurseries, and we'll work with some of the tissue culture labs to bring these varieties to India. Okay, second part. I told you about water quality, fertigation management, substrates. We are a substrate company. We do 2,000-3,000 containers a year from India, Sri Lanka, Mexico, and we bring hundreds of containers to Mexico. Even today, I have about 14 containers at the port. Why? We are growing, and my partners are growing, and we will need the substrates. The right blend with the right size is critical. We learned that over our first-hand experience. You're going to see it, how we do it. But I'm not the only solution. There are many others who does this great work, and we are part of them. Our substrates opportunities are excellent, incredible. The next thing I wanted to say is management is extremely important. That's what these guys do. Okay, and one of the things I want to do is to offer to India is bring my team to work with consulting opportunities, okay? And we will give that opportunity for you. What today I'm going to do, take you to the water management, our irrigation room, our reservoir, how I bring all the water to irrigate the plants, and how I'm changing even here, why I'm changing all the some of the varieties. Then I'll take you to see helipad operation that we create. You need good plants, not circling routes. That's very important. So we put a joint with Helipad USA and AR Trade Technologies with Lars Jensen from USA. We are doing the production here, keeping enough substrates in our production. We are going to see that in our bodega, our warehouse. Then take you to raspberries and blackberry production, long cane production, and the last incremental of sequoia planting we do in phase 6. So my team will take you to different phases and show you what I told you about the global and what will happen in India, need to happen. They're talking even China will expand very rapidly, even from 500 metric tons to Asia to 750 metric tons in the next 2-3 years. So we like to be part of your journey. Again, thanks for the opportunity. Have a great show in India and looking forward to seeing you in the near future. Thank you.
It's time for Satish. So ladies and gentlemen, now I would request Dr. Satish Rao, Director, Fiberdust LLC USA, to cover the topic marketing of fresh value addition of blueberries in Indian market.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am deeply honored to stand before you at the 5th Fresh India Show 2023. I would like to express my gratitude to the dedicated Fresh India team who have worked tirelessly to put together this remarkable event. My heartfelt thanks to the dignitaries on the dais whose guidance and support continue to elevate our industry. Your contribution have been instrumental in making India one among the largest food producers worldwide. I also want to extend my appreciations to all of you here, friends and colleagues in the industry. Your collective effort and dedication have led to significant strides in our sector, including increased per capita consumption and advancement in horticulture technologies. As we move forward, let's continue to work together for the growth of and success of the industry. Hope we all inspired by Ms. Sam Helen's enlightening video on growing blueberries in Mexico. We now have a unique opportunity to explore the challenges faced by blueberry farmers in India compared to Mexico. Alongside these challenges, we will discover the proposed solutions and innovative marketing strategies that pave the way for a bountiful future in blueberry cultivation. Marketing strategies for fresh blueberries and value-added versions. Blueberry cultivation in India has faced obstacles due to the high cost of importing young plants, which has hindered its growth. In Mexico, good young plants can be obtained for around $4, where in India, the cost of importing quality varieties ranges from $10 to $12 per young plant. This increased cost affects both growers and consumers and limiting export opportunities to neighboring countries. However, I bring you encouraging news. We are actively working towards a solution. Our primary focus is to make blueberry genetics available in India, ensuring that local growers have access to suitable varieties for India at affordable rates. By reducing the cost of barrier, we aim to make blueberry cultivation economically feasible for Indian farmers. This development not only makes blueberries more accessible to consumers, but also create opportunities for local farmers and participate in the growing industry. Let us delve into the remarkable rise of blueberries in the Indian market and unveil the latest and most effective marketing strategies to propel their success. Blueberries are poised to revolutionize the culinary world and captivate the taste buds of consumers across the country. Join me on this delicious journey as we explore the extraordinary potential and infinite possibilities that lie within these small blue powerhouses. Introducing non-native fruits to India's rich variety seasonal produce may not be without challenges. However, blueberries, with their exceptional nutritional profile and versatility, offer a unique opportunity for marketers to showcase their value-added farms. By incorporating these strategies, we are able to not only promote the consumption of fresh blueberries, but also offer a wide range of innovative products that cater to the evolving preferences of consumers. So let us dive into the latest marketing strategies that will elevate blueberries to new heights. Ensure a successful marketing roadmap for blueberries. It is crucial to follow a strategic approach that encompasses different tiers of cities. Let us explore the path to success. Marketing roadmap. Our journey begins by targeting the Tier 1 cities such as Mumbai, Delhi, Bengaluru, and Chennai. These bustling metropolises are home to a high-income market and serve as trendsetters in culinary preferences. By establishing a strong presence in these cities, we can position blueberries as a premium product and capture the attention of discerning consumers. The success achieved in the Tier 1 cities will pave the way for subsequent tiers, creating a ripple effect on interest and demand. Now let us delve into the specific marketing strategies for each tier. Tier 1 cities. In these vibrant metropolises where the pulse of the nation beats strongest, we have a unique opportunity to showcase blueberries as a symbol of luxury and indulgence. Collaborating with upscale supermarkets like Foodal, Reliance Fresh, and Nature's Basket, of course, Mother's Dairy, will grant us the desired visibility and access to discerning consumers. By introducing a range of value-added blueberry products such as delectable preserves, tantalizing yogurt blends, irresistible granola bars, and versatile sauces, we can elevate blueberries to new heights and offer an unparalleled culinary experience. In addition to these strategies, we can leverage the latest tool of marketing to further promote fresh exotic fruit like blueberries. The number one, the social media influencers is playing major role in this. Partnering with regionally popular food bloggers, health influencers, and nutritionists who have a strong online presence can significantly boost the visibility of blueberries. Collaborating with these influencers to create engaging content, recipes, and product reviews will help reach a wider audience and build credibility. Then online advertising. Utilizing targeted online advertising campaigns on online platforms can effectively reach the desired consumer demographic. By showcasing the unique qualities of blueberries and the health benefits, we can generate interest and drive traffic to both physical and online stores. Third one, the recipe videos and cooking demonstrations. Creating engaging recipe videos featuring blueberries as a key ingredient and organizing cooking demonstration in collaboration with renowned chefs and culinary experts can attract attention and inspire consumers to incorporate blueberries into their cooking and snacking routines. The fourth one, the promotional events and sampling. Organizing promotional events at high-end supermarkets and health-conscious events offering product samples and educating consumers about the nutritional benefits of blueberries can create a memorable experience and encourage trial purchases. By integrating these modern marketing tools with our existing strategies, we can effectively position blueberries as a luxurious and healthy indulgence, captivating the hearts and taste buds of consumers in Tier 1 cities and beyond. The Tier 2 cities. As we expand our reach to emerging markets like Jaipur, Lucknow, Surat, and Coimbatore, and so on, we have opportunity to introduce blueberry as healthy and indulgent option for health-conscious consumers. Partnering with local grocery stores, supermarkets, and esteemed dry fruit chains such as Golden Nut, Nutraj, Dry Fruit House, Dry Fruit Hub, Rosta, the Dry Fruit Company, and Good Life will enable us to connect with consumers seeking nutritious and convenient snacking options. In addition to promoting fresh blueberries, we can introduce value-added blueberry products like irresistibly chewy dried blueberries, wholesome and crunchy granola, and flavorful trail mix. By showcasing the versatility and taste of blueberries through enticing product displays, in-store promotions, and collaborations with local food bloggers, chefs, and influencers, we can spark interest and create a buzz in these emerging markets. It is important to note that success of our efforts in Tier 1 cities will act as a catalyst, attracting consumers in Tier 2 cities to explore and embrace the wonders of blueberries. By leveraging the positive response and demand generated in Tier 1 cities, we can create a domino effect that will pave the way for blueberries to become household name in Tier 2 cities as well. Tier 3 cities. As we venture into Tier 3 cities, we have a tremendous opportunity to introduce blueberries to a new wave of consumers and nurture a growing market by establishing strong partnership with local farmers, producers, and cooperatives. We can ensure a steady supply of fresh blueberries and create a sense of community around this remarkable fruit. In Tier 3 cities where the market potential is immense, it is essential to focus on both fresh blueberries and value-added products by offering locally grown blueberries and introducing value-added options like creamy and indulgent blueberry-flavored yogurt, convenient and refreshing smoothie mixes, and luscious blueberry-infused chocolates. We can cater to the unique preferences and tastes of consumers in these regions. Collaborating with major supermarket chains as well, leveraging the power of online platforms and local e-grocery platforms will ensure that blueberries reach every corner of Tier 3 cities. Additionally, organizing community events, cooking demonstrations, and workshops in collaboration with local community organizations will further educate and engage consumers about the remarkable qualities and benefits of blueberries. It is important to remember that the success of our efforts in Tier 1 and Tier 2 cities will have a positive ripple effect on Tier 3 cities. As the demand and awareness for blueberries grow, More consumers in Tier 3 cities will be inspired to embrace the goodness of blueberries and incorporate them into their daily lives. By embracing this dynamic marketing roadmap, we can create a wave of excitement and anticipation surrounding blueberries, making them an indispensable part of every Indian culinary journey. Together, we can inspire and empower consumers to embrace the extraordinary health benefits, rich flavors, and endless possibilities that blueberries offer. As I conclude, I invite you to join me on this transformative blueberry revolution. Due to the constraints of time, I could not elaborate on all the remarkable points and strategies that we have at our disposal. However, I assure you that by embracing innovation, collaboration, and a relentless pursuit of success, we can make blueberries the epitome of culinary excellence and redefine the way we perceive non-native fruits in our diverse and vibrant country. Together, let us embark on this path of limitless possibilities, where every bite of a blueberry takes us closer to the healthier and more flavorful future. Thank you for your unwavering attention and support, and here is to the very delicious future that awaits us all. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Satish, for a great overview on blueberries. And I have to make a personal comment here that Sam in Mexico is probably one of the world leaders on how to grow a berry business quickly. He's grown rapidly, professionally, and has just made really excellent steps along the way and is a fantastic role model.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would request Mr. Brent Walsh, CEO, Berries SA, South Africa, to take the podium and cover the topic Global Berries Scenario and Future Prospect for India.
morning, everybody. Thank you. Thank you, tech team, for getting the presentation up. It's a great pleasure and honor to be in front of you this morning, heading into this afternoon. I've been allocated a fairly brief spot to give you an overview of a global scenario and trend outlook. In South Africa, I represent a company called Berry ZA. We are a producer-led organization looking primarily after our production. We have associate memberships through all of our exporters and have a fairly decent blueberry production. I'll give you some numbers shortly, but we are obviously looking to expand quite significantly over a number of years. And I think this opportunity aligns with the opportunity that sits within this country and the production and consumption of blueberries. I'm going to take you through a few numbers this morning, just to look at the global scenario. Four items on my agenda, and I've really just got 5 slides to take you through. We're going to look briefly at global supply trends, export trends, consumption, and then the opportunity for India. This slide, and this was replicated a few minutes ago in the video that we received from Mexico. But just to put it into color and to have a look at the numbers, in terms of the production, global production of blueberries, it's quite clear that we have 3 to 4 significant players in terms of China, who since over the last year or two have become the largest producers of blueberries around the world. The USA, Peru, whose story was mentioned a short while ago, the expansion of the blueberry industry, or the explosion of the blueberry industry over the last 10 years in Peru, has been nothing short of phenomenal. And then Chile in terms of production. You'll see South Africa sits in about 10th spot over there. So we are trying to increase our market share in terms of global production. You'll see the solid black line at the top of the graph that indicates the increase in production area globally. So there's a very clear indication from this chart that production is on the increase and continues to be on the increase at a fairly high rate. That's a fairly steep curve in terms of production increase. China's, as I mentioned, became the largest producer globally. Peru grew by 28% year on year. Canada and Poland also had very good seasons in terms of production, and you can see the increases in terms of production for Morocco, Spain, and South Africa, 24%. 15 in South Africa had a 24.5% increase in production. So then the interesting comparative from production into exports gives us an interesting picture of consumption, global consumption. So where we had China and the USA is the #1 and #2 producer of blueberries globally. China clearly consumes all of the blueberries that it produces and then imports a significant amount as well. So there's clearly a very, very high demand in China. And consequently as well in the United States, there's a significantly high production area, production volumes, but they move from second in terms of production down to 9th in terms of exports. Peru has clearly had a very, very specific strategy in terms of the growth of blueberries for export. And you can see that blue section at the bottom of the columns, moving from, let's call it 2019 to 2022, the exponential increase in exports coming out of Peru. This has a significant impact on Southern Hemisphere production. While most of the production out of Peru goes to America and China, in terms of volume, there's still a significant amount that ends up in traditional markets for other Southern Hemisphere producers, namely the UK and Europe. Another significant line at the top of the graph indicates the price, the CIF price. And I think this is more indicative of the volume of blueberries that have been available globally, that we've had a price drop over the last year or two. So let's move on to what can drive that price. If we're looking at the export opportunity, pricing is critical to making sure that export market is sustainable. So if we look at 5 main regions of consumption of blueberries, let's have a look at that. We're looking at the USA, the EU, China, Canada, and then the UK. These are our 5 largest consumption areas. As I mentioned, China consumes all of its blueberries that it produces. USA, fairly similar, but has had a strategy in the last number of years to export. You'll find some blueberries in the local market here in India, which I've seen on the shelves coming out of the US. And then consumption-wise, Canada and the EU, Canada and the UK. EU's on 21% as well. So quite a significant consumer in terms of EU. So let's have a look at these 5 specific regions and have a look at the consumption measured per capita over the last number of years, and have a look at the trends to see if we still have a global demand, increasing global demand in terms of consumption. So here we've noted 4 of the regions. USA is clearly the largest consumer in the top dark blue line, trending upwards quite significantly. On the left-hand column, you can see the number of kilograms consumed per capita per year. In the UK market, you can see in the second line from the top, in the greenish blue, there has been a slight decrease there, and there are a variety of local reasons within the UK in terms of consumer inflation and a variety of other factors that have influenced consumer spend in the UK. There has been a slight drop in that market. But then let's have a look at the market in the EU. In terms of consumption per capita, that's quite a steep curve going up from 2021 to 2022. And then a gradual increase in China around the consumption, not as steep as other regions. So yes, demand is still growing. In simple terms, there's a very strong demand despite extremely high food inflation, which has affected the prices, as I've noted. Most importantly, more people are consuming berries, and those that are consuming continue to eat more over time. So it's a great product. It's enjoyed, and it continues to be enjoyed. Retail prices need to be looked at both from a consumer perspective and from a production and export perspective, and we need to find a sustainable medium between the two. So then, having had a look at the global outlook, let's wrap up with just a snapshot of what the opportunity lies within India. Is there a significant opportunity for production with India? Absolutely. In terms of my learnings, there's a mature agri-sector within India with a high percentage of arable land. But to note here, in terms of regional climate, one has to be extremely specific around the production methodology, the variety selection, in terms of where blueberries are produced. So local consumption trends are positive. There's an increasing demand locally. There's a post-COVID-19 recovery in terms of consumer spending and increased disposable income. When it comes to a fairly luxury product and enjoyable product such as blueberries, these factors are significant in looking at long-term consumer behavior. In terms of the evolution of the blueberry industry, the last 5 to 10 years have seen a significant change in the number of varieties that we have available, and these can be handpicked based on the production variables that you will find in the region where you're looking for blueberry production. And then lastly, production methods. We saw a fantastic video just now in terms of greenhouse production. If we're talking about precision farming, blueberries epitomizes the requirement for precision farming. We've seen an evolution of outdoor natural wild growth of blueberries into shade cloth, into tunnels, and there's a significant amount of opportunity in producing greenhouse production opportunities. And even vertical farming has been researched over the last 2 to 3 years in America, and vertical farming within a greenhouse environment is also an option. So I think the evolution of production methods will certainly allow for a larger region scope for production within India, and that certainly allows for significant opportunity, investigation, research. And my final point to you would be moving into blueberry production within any new space requires a huge amount of insight, research, understanding of the variables specifically around climate. Richard mentioned it earlier as well. And together with the marketing strategy that we've just heard, the opportunity for blueberries within India is significant. So thank you. That wraps up my presentation.
Thank you very much, Brent. I don't know about you guys, but I found that to be such a crystal clear overview of the world market for blueberries. So thank you very much, Brent.
Thank you, sir. All right. So ladies and gentlemen, it's time we cover the topic, a journey from fruits imports to growing blueberries. Unfortunately, Mr. Ambrish, Chairman, UPA Group of Companies and Mentor Director is not here with us, but we do have a video. So can we have the video, please? Thank you. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, the next topic that we have is blueberries and raspberries growing in West India, selling the produce to retailers and wholesale markets. And this topic is being covered by Mr. Vimal Salot, co-founder, Farm to Farm India Private Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, जोरदार तालियों के साथ let's welcome Mr. Vimal Salot. I would also request Mr. Vimal to keep the presentation as short as possible since we are running a little late. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Mr. Naqvi, and to arranging such a beautiful show, Fresh India show. My name is Vimal Salot. I am the co-founder of Farm to Farm India. We are growers of blueberries and raspberries, and our farms are located in Maharashtra. So we are a very young company with prior no experience in agriculture or food. My wife Kia and I started this journey back in 2020, and it's been 3 years. We have been successful selling the crops to all modern retails and wholesale markets in Mumbai, Pune, Bangalore, and Hyderabad. This journey has been very enriching for us so far, but it has come with a lot of challenges. As Mr. Azhar said, getting the right varieties with prior no experience in agriculture was a big task. So we had to start off with outdated old varieties, which are normally low yielding and low in size. So that was a big challenge which we have currently overcome. We have convinced the top breeders to give us the best varieties that are available in the market globally. Few other challenges, obviously, climate. Climate does play a big role in getting the right fruit quality to the end consumers. So, for example, unseasonal rainfalls, also the heat that came in February did play a big role in getting the best yield. And also, I would say, since our varieties are lower yield, getting the right price in the market is also a challenge for us, which probably will be overcoming in a few years' time. I would just like to say, that blueberry is a very at a nascent stage in India. We are still learning how to grow the best way possible. I would say even other countries like Peru and Spain did the same journey last 10 to 12 years, and now they have perfected this way of growing. I think India is at that stage, and I believe there's a huge potential in India to grow in India and grow the right quality so that it can reach to the aspirational population of India. I would like to leave that with it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to thank our all the speakers, and to do the honors, I would request Mr. Richard and Mr. MB Naqvi to come up here on stage to present the mementos. So I would request Mr. Richard and Mr. MB Naqvi to jointly present the memento to Dr. Satish Rao, Director, Fiberdust LLC, USA. Can we have big hands, everybody? Thank you so much, Dr. Satish. Nextly, I would request Mr. MB Naqvi and Mr. Richard to extend this memento to Mr. Brent Walsh, CEO, Berries SA, South Africa. Thank you so much. A small token of appreciation from our side. And I will request both of them to give away this memento to Mr. Vimal Salot, co-founder, Farm to Farm India Private Limited. Thank you so much, sir. So can we have a group picture? Let's gather around for a group picture. Thank you, gentlemen. So friends, let's start with the next session 7. And this session is about evaluation of Indian banana value chain. So I would like to call the following people on stage. Mr. Pandit Kondhare, General Manager Marketing, Rise and Shine Biotech Private Limited. I would also request Mr. Farik Naushad, co-founder and CEO, Greenic Sustainable Ventures Private Limited, to join us here on stage. I would also urge Dr. Azhar Pathan, Business Head, Merhaba Agro, to join us on stage, and to Mr. Balram Singh Salunke, Managing Director, Creskita Agro Farm Supply Private Limited, and Ramja Exing. Can we welcome all the speakers with a round of applause? Come on, gentlemen and ladies. All right. तो सबसे पहले I would request Mr. Pandit Kondhare, General Manager Marketing, Rise and Shine Biotech Private Limited, to take the podium and cover the topic Indian banana industry, opportunities and business dynamics.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much, Naqvi brothers and Naqvi family. Really, they have given me the opportunity to present here myself for evaluation of Indian banana value chain. all respected members from dais, as well as from international people came over here. I will not take each and everyone's name because I don't have that much time, because time shortage we are already feeling. So my topic given is Indian banana industry opportunities and business dynamics. Friends, in our Indian economics, one sentence has been written over there. Agriculture is backbone of Indian economy. But it is day by day now proving, because earlier we were doing only the ancient old crops, which farmers was not getting the yield. I am from very poor family, from poor village, but today from last 27 years experience in banana industry. I am working here. I have already worked for 6 countries. I went over there and I have given the consulting for 500 hectares of banana farms in African country, Ghana. Okay. So India is the world's largest producer of banana, contributing to over 25% of the global banana production. This presentation explores the journey of the Indian banana value chain and its potential for the growth. See, our very poor farmers, even though we are #1 in the world in banana production, but still, I would like to tell you, we were lagging behind in export. Reason behind that, we were not concentrating at all for the quality, because our Indian banana farmers are very poor farmers. Those are from very small family, small area, 1 to 2 hectares area. So that's why it was facing the problem to the banana farmers. So for that, next slide, please. Okay. Thank you. Myself, Pandit Lakshman Kondare, General Manager, Marketing, Banana Marketing, Operation and Business Development for Rise and Shine Biotech Private Limited yesterday. All you must have seen the very nice video of our Honorable Dr. Bhagyashree Patil Madam. One lady-driven organization has become one of the best organization, and I can assure you, by 2025, our organization will be #1 in the world. That is so much confident I am having. Thank you. This is small about our organization, Planting the Future. Is Honorable Dr. Bhagyashree Patil Madam. She is the co-founder director of our organization. She is a daughter of ex-governor of Maharashtra, Mr. D.Y. Patil sir, daughter. And Madam's mission and vision are very clear, because Rise and Shine Biotech Private Limited is an ISO 9001 to 2015 certified company. And we export our international standard plants to over 45 countries. Really, I am feeling proud for working in this organization, because we are sending our planting material by year to 45 countries, and it is getting very successful model in Israel like country also. We are supplying the planting material. In Ethiopia, all those countries also, we are getting 42 kg average of banana over there. Entire technical support given from my organization. That's why the company has a world-class tissue culture laboratory, production capacity more than 40 million plants per annum for interlinked vertical biotechnology, floriculture, horticulture, and exotic plant nursery. Next, this is about our tissue culture laboratory, which is having one of the second largest in India, 280,000 square feet lab we are having, situated close to Pune. Sorry, you want back? Thank you. Shining services. We are produce multiple crops like banana. In that banana, so G9, Elakki, red banana, Nendran, Sugandhi, Amrutpani, all those varieties. Some varieties are really demanded from farmer sides. So we give as per their requirement, and we provide them for Pan India as well as 45 countries. And apart from that banana, strawberries we are having, pineapple we have started this year. We are going to produce 25 lakhs of pineapple planting material. For you, I would like to tell you, I am the first person who have introduced pineapple in Maharashtra in 1997. And if I got a fantastic success over there. I have harvested 3 kg of pineapple in Murbad, Thane district and Raigad district. 280,000 planting material I have planted over there in pineapple also, banana also. Banana I am the introducer in Konkan belt. And I have planted in 1997, 55,000 tissue culture plants over there, and which we got almost 3 crore rupees income that time in 1997 I'm talking about. So these are the sweet orange, pomegranate, papaya, gerbera, carnation, chrysanthemum, orchids, roses, gypsum, limonium, anthurium, orchids, and gypsophilia. So all these are our products. DSI are certified. They are having 6,600 square feet of laboratory space. Friends, I would like to tell you, going banana, India's banana export has increased from rupees 26 crore in April-May 2013. Now it has reached in April-May 2022, 213 crore, which is an increase, a rise of 703%, which is recommendable in India. It is first happen in Indian history. Banana export has increased so much, because even though we were producer in #1, but we were lagging behind for the banana. So status of global banana industry. The global banana market are the world's most consumed fruit, with the global market size estimated to be a USD 44 billion. India is the top producer, followed by the Philippines, Ecuador, and China. There were certain production challenges. What were those? Banana crops are vulnerable to pest and disease. Plantation workers, who are mostly women, are exposed to dangerous chemicals. Many countries also struggle with the environmental impact of banana farming. And consumption trends. Bananas are widely consumed due to their nutritional content, convenience, and affordability. They are the staple food in many countries. The global banana consumption is projected to be grow at a CAGR at 4.5% from 2021 to 2026. Indian banana value chain players, smallholder farmers. The Indian banana industry is primarily made up of all the smallholder farmers, as I told you in earlier only, who own less than 2 hectares of land. They face the challenges such as a lack of access to credit and market information. These were the value chain players. Intermediaries and traders play a crucial role in connecting smallholder farmers to markets. However, they often engage in unfair pricing and grading practices, leading to reduced income for the farmers. That were the yesterday also some farmers had discussed all those points, but very soon I am confident that Sahyadri Farm sir has made a wonderful model. Really, please give them big hand, because they have developed one model which is sustainable for our poor farmers. Really, I appreciate Mr. Tambuwala sir. Really, you have done a very good job, and it is necessary now today for the Indian economy. Definitely, it is going to boost. Our poor farmers is going to boost. I am proud for the same. Exporters and processors like Mr. Patan sir, and almost 50 exporters are there. I am confident that I can give them whatever the produce they will require from my poor farmers. How best quality should come out from their farm, it will be my responsibility. I am every day traveling to different area and giving the lectures to the farmers in their villages, in their temples, in their schools, and some school principals, they are allowing their classes to take the lectures to the farmers. I am really feeling proud. And exporter and processors buy the bananas from the intermediate and farmers and export them. They usually use contract farming models to ensure and consistent quality of the produce. Retail and chain of the consumers. Retail chain and consumers are the end users of banana. Consumers demand high quality and safe banana, while retail chains are focused on reducing cost and improving the supply chain efficiency. I would like to tell you one more model. Recently, Mr. Patan sir, Agarwal sir, and the director from India also came in Baramati. We have conducted one training program over there. It was from the magnet, it was, and that project is 500 acres of project close to Baramati. They have taken the government land, and over there 380 acres banana plantation, and no farmers were believing that their banana crop can come over there. It was a totally barren land, desert land. But believe me, that crop is come so excellent over there. Totally all produce is going export to Iran, Iraq, all those countries, foreign countries it is going. And not only that, neighboring farmers are coming to me and sir, we would also like to go for the banana plantation. That kind of change is going to happen. And Mr. Patan sir also knows that situation. Today I am from Solapur district only, and I would like to tell you proudly, from Solapur area, almost out of 12 months, 10 months banana export is doing from Solapur district. Solapur district is now #1 in banana export today. Almost 90% banana is exporting to the foreign countries. Local people are not getting the banana. Exporter like Patan sir, and those are really in front of you only. They are purchasing all the banana from the farmers, and farmers are getting very excellent price. My banana farmers are getting, I would like to tell you proudly, today my banana farmers are getting minimum 3 lakh rupees per acre and maximum 18 lakh rupees per acre, which is highest in India. Today, I can say you proudly, apart from other those auspicious crops also. Present and future export opportunities. But there is current growing markets. Main export markets for Indian banana are the Middle East, Europe, and Southeast Asia. Indian banana are known for their unique flavor, aroma, and color. Sir also knows this year our exporter has planned 80,000 container from India to foreign countries. And this year, proudly, I would like to tell you, 4 new countries has opened for export of banana. So much demand for banana is coming from foreign countries. We should feel proud, my dear friends, we should feel proud that our Indian banana is reaching to those countries where earlier we were taking in. I know that when 1997, I have personally sent banana for the export market in Mumbai and Mr. Lalit Jain. So that time that banana was sold in the Mumbai Reliance Fresh, all those shops only. That banana is US banana, golden banana. But that banana was, believe me, it was from India only. But they were saying name of US. And today also you must be knowing some markets there are the USA, made in USA word, so much people must be aware, because today USA, when I was seeing the model, it is a made in USA. When I came to know that USA's name was Ulhasnagar Sindhi Association, that I later on came to know. Otherwise, I was thinking made in USA, that product, because today ponds and all those duplicate tablets also manufacturing is happening in Mumbai, Ulhasnagar. So okay, thank you so much. And potential growth markets, the US and China are huge untapped market for Indian bananas, owing to their large populations and high consumption rates. India is currently exploring trade opportunities with these countries. So new opportunities. The COVID-19 pandemic has increased the demand for immunity boosting foods such as banana. India can leverage this opportunity by increasing awareness of the health benefits of banana. I would like to tell you one more thing, sir. Proudly, only banana is the single crop where no pesticide, no fungicide can enter in the fruit, because it is having this big skin over there. Even though you are doing the spraying on the banana, that never enters in the fruit. It is the only safest fruit in the world any patient can eat. Any patient can. Even your safe is also not safer, because the spray incidence can enter in the skin is so thin. Blueberries, all those. So, but banana is there. So I'm not denying that crops. Of course, we have to eat each and every fruit. But only thing I am trying to convey all these things. And banana is the only fruit. Blueberries and all those are standard foods, which is costing almost 900, 1,000, 2,500 rupees a kilo. But that banana can eat from poor farmer to big people. Even Ambani is also eat the banana. That is the thing. I already worked 10 years for Ambani. Okay. Thank you. Evaluation of banana production and distribution process. Production process. Banana farming involves several processes such as planting, irrigation, pest management, and harvesting. Modern technologies such as drip irrigation, tissue culture, and precision farming are being increasingly adopted by the farmers. See, I told you initially only, when I studied for banana, there was our India was not standing even in first 10 in the export, while we are number 1 in the production of banana in the world. So reason behind, when I try to find out over there, so our farmer, they were not adopting all these technologies. They were giving the flood irrigation. They were not following any techniques. When we try to educate them, the people were saying, no, we will give the flood irrigation only. So when we try to teach them, because there is a simple sentence, more crop per drop. If we'll give the drip irrigation for banana, banana won't require more water. It is a wrong thinking that banana requires more water. I don't believe on this. I am from Sholapur area, which is totally dry area. I am having 25,000 banana plantation on my own farm. I am the first person who has planted the first banana tree in my area, and I have harvested 580 grams of banana, single fruit I am talking about, an 85 kg banana bunch in 2009. By doing the service, I am doing that facility to available to my farmers and poor farmers. I am trying to educate them so that they should go for this. Then again, the distribution process. Banana are transported from farms to processing centers and then to export market. The distribution process involves proper packaging, careful handling, and timely transport to ensure the bananas reach their destination in good condition. See, you have seen the photo. That's why I have kept a photograph over there. If that kind of the loading will be there, definitely, sir are also there, Patan sir is also there. Whether that banana can be permittable for the export? No, not at all, because it has already got the scratches and everything. It is not safer. That's why Patan sir and all our team entire banana packaging is happened in the farm only. Okay, that is the thing. Worker safety and welfare. The agriculture industries, especially banana farming, has high incidence of labor rights, violation and poor working condition. Measures need to be taken to ensure the worker safety and welfare, as well as fair prices for their produce. In this point, I would like to tell you, today we have developed, our organization has developed, our Dr. Bhagyashree Patil madam are always standing behind the poor farmer. They want to increase the income of our poor farmer. So on that basis, when we were working over there, we have planned in such a way, just like our grapes, sir has made a model, such a wonderful model. All mechanization has taken place over there. All automation taken place. Like the same model we have also developed. All mechanization we have converted here, because almost 80% manpower we can save in banana new technology, where we take the 8.5 feet distance spacing and 3.5 and 5 feet distance, so that any poor farmer can accommodate his almost 80 acres farming of banana. Next, cluster supply chain and logistics. Supply chain and logistics. The Indian banana value chain faces several challenges in terms of infrastructure, logistic, and quality control. The government and private sector should collaborate to improve the supply chain and logistic network, reduce wastage, and ensure quality control. With this, I would like to tell you, today Government of India already started that method. They are giving the subsidies for the FPOs, farmer producer organizations, sir, which have developed really wonderful model. I really appreciate, because we are also trying to convince to our farmers, and farmers are already developing their own model of the FPOs, farmer producer organization, where they are getting very good subsidies from the government, for including for the production, as well as for the all kinds of things, even cold storage, pre-cooling, ripening chambers, all government is giving subsidies. So our farmers, because small farmers, one farmer cannot take all those opportunities. If the 10-20 farmers will come together, definitely they can reach the place where they want. So that is the thing. Some clusters, banana clusters are geographic region where banana farming is prevalent. They help in the efficient management and coordination of the value chain. Key banana clusters in India are located in Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, Maharashtra, and Gujarat. But proudly telling, today also, our Maharashtra is #1 in export, comparing to Gujarat, Tamil Nadu, and all this, because still these people are not caring about the quality. They are not serious about. Banana requires nutritional management, so very right, because it requires 200 grams of nitrogen, 100 grams of phosphorus, and 400 grams of potash. That nutritional requirement itself is very high. If the farmer will not fulfill, you cannot get the good quality, finger length, size, and everything for the export quality, which all the exporters will require. That cannot be attained. So that is the simple thing. Then market linkage. Market linkage are the important for the smallholder farmers to access the market. Farmer producer organization, FPOs, just now I told you, play a crucial role in establishing linkage between the farmers and consumers. These linkages can help farmer get better price for their produce and reduce the dependency on intermediaries. Challenges and business dynamics. See the climate change. Recently, you must have heard there is a cyclones, everything can happen. Farmers should be aware for all those things. Sorry, sir, I will take faster. Climate change is a major threat to banana farming as it can affect the crop yields and increase the incidence of the pest and disease. Farmers need to adopt the climate smart practices to migrate and impact of the climate change. Price volatility. Banana prices are subject to the price volatility due to the various factors such as seasonality, supply demand dynamics, and production costs. Smallholder farmers are the most affected by price volatility and need to be supported with the alternative income sources. Competitor countries. India faces stiff competition from countries such as the Philippines, Ecuador, and Costa Rica, which have better infrastructure, logistic, and quality control measures. India needs to improve its competency to increase its market share. Business dynamics. The business dynamics of the banana industry are complex and involve the multiple stakeholders. Collaboration and cooperation between the stakeholders are crucial for the growth of the industry. The government should play a facilitative role in creating an enabling environment for the industry. Impact of the technology on the industry. The tissue culture techniques. If tissue culture techniques have helped in the propagation of high yielding and disease-resistant banana varieties, this has led to a significant increase in the productivity of the banana farms. Precision farming. Precision farming involves the use of the technology such as sensors, drones, and GPS to optimize the various aspects of banana farming such as irrigation, fertilization, and pest management. This can help in reducing the production cost and improving the yield. Friends. E-commerce. The rise of e-commerce platforms has provided a new avenue for the banana farmers to reach the consumers directly. This can help reducing dependency on intermediaries and ensuring the higher prices for the farmers. Blockchain. Blockchain technology can be used to ensure the transparency and traceability in the banana value chain. This can help in reducing the incidence of the fraud and ensuring the fair prices for the stakeholders. Recommendations and conclusions. In the Indian banana value chain has a huge potential for growth and has set ambitious targets. However, there are the several challenges that need to be addressed to achieve these targets. To ensure the sustainable growth of the industry, the following recommendations are suggested. Investment in research and development to develop the high yielding and disease resistant banana varieties. Improvement in supply chain and logistic infrastructure to reduce the wastage and ensure the quality control. And educating farmers about climate smart practices and providing them with the necessary tools and resources to implement them. And encouraging the formation of farmer producer organization FPOs to improve the market linkage and reduce the dependency on intermediaries. Then last but least, supporting farmers with the alternative income source to reduce their valuability to price volatility. One more thing I would like to tell you, sir, seeing is believing, doing by actual thing. These are the sentence last, sir. And one more sentence I would like to tell you. This is my one sentence which I have written in my diary. Change changes you, change will change you, otherwise change will change you. It's all sentence is having meaningful word over there. If you will not, any company, any organization, any farmer will not follow this, they will be out of this. Like Nokia has happened, all those. So that's why this kind of things, and always think big, think fast, think ahead. Ideas are no one's monopoly. I have already worked with Ambanis, I have already worked with Udanis, Adanis also. 27 years I have worked over there. So banana, for that banana, sorry, madam and sir, I have taken more time. Thank you so much. If you like it, please give hands. Otherwise, don't give me hand. Thank you so much. I am from very poor family. Thank you, Naqvi sir, again. You have given me the opportunity to speak here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kandhare. We thoroughly enjoyed your talks. All right, now I would request Ms. Pooja Balram Solanke and Mr. Balram Singh Solanke, Managing Director, Creskita Agro Farm Supply Private Limited and Ramja Exim, to take up the podium to share their experience on banana exports.
Namaste, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for this opportunity. Myself, Pooja Patil, and I'm the proprietor of Ramja Exim.
Hello, my name is Balram, and like Ramja Exim is, my name is Balram and her name is Pooja. So the last initials Ram and Ja, it becomes Ramja. So it's like we started our company there in 2019.
We are the growers as well as the exporters of Cavendish banana. Basically, we coming into this because we both were working, and after a point of time, we had an idea like the farmers need more education. Other than education, they also need the good rate for their crop. They grow, but the other factors are also very important. We both are into this field to educate them by giving them a proper crop, this thing. And also previous year we had 80 plus containers. This year we are 124 plus containers.
Okay, and hello. Actually, my journey started in 2013 when the exports were 26 crores. That time I have made my one presentation in master's degree. So after that, like I got a call from India, Italian embassy, and my first container was for banana was in 2017. So then I started my journey, and in 2018 I was like working as a service provider. I was packing for other exporters, and then slowly my container rising up started. So then like nearly first year I was doing packing for 50 containers, then 80 containers, then I got orders for the exports. So then I started her company also, and she have done more than 200 containers now. So ultimately we are farmers, we are not exporters, I will tell you, because since 1980 my forefathers are growing banana. So I went to Solapur area to study how to export banana, because I'm basically from Chalisgaon area where we are growing bananas from 1980s, but we are not getting rates. So my basic purpose was how to get rate to my farmers and me also, because basically we also grow more than 40 acres of banana in our land. Only my family and all, my mama and all these people. When I started, like I was doing job in Africa, I was doing trading in soybean, maize, cotton, and ultimately I was selling cooking oil and fertilizers. And 1 year I was working in Dubai as agriculture engineer. And when I came back to India, my relatives and all were laughing at me, like, seriously, are you leaving the job and you're coming over here and you are like doing this work? They were thinking like what you are doing, rubbish thing and all. Because now I can say I have planted more than 2 lakh plantation in my area, and we are going to give a fruit care with the Bengali team. We are going to do bud injection, bagging, fruit carrying. And this is the main thing which should do farmers if we want to reach to Europe. Because my first container was failure in 2017. I sent it to Europe only. But this year I can say with the proper fruit care management, and this year the rate will be not that much high. So I can say we will be doing to Europe also. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, get ready for the next topic: opportunities for India to achieve USD 1 billion by 2023. And to do that, I would like to call upon Dr. Azhar Pathan, Business Head, Marhaba Agro. I would request Dr. Pathan to keep it short and crisp so that we are running behind the time.
$1 billion, not short. So good afternoon, everyone. And yeah, as requested, so I will keep it short. And most of the things have been covered by Mr. Pandit, so I will keep it short. So can I have presentation, please? So take you to the banana business itself, like when we talk about. So banana started back in, as he said, 1907. Then somebody says 2003. So 2013, 14, I was involved into when Deepak Fertilizers took over Desai. Then we have done some few of the containers. So that time we were calculating throughout the country, we were exporting close to 2,000 containers. And then we studied what exactly is wrong, why we are not, what number is different thing, number 1 or 2, but we were not in the list of the exporters. Then we thought seriously what is wrong. So then we came to know our quality or post-harvest handling. We are very poor. We don't have any infrastructure in any cluster of the banana. And not only banana, but if we talk about all the crops, very seriously, we are not serious about the crops except grapes. And what we did in 40 years back, after that we have not improved. Now Sahyadri has brought in the new varieties, and we never thought of what to do for bringing in new varieties or targeting our consumer or customer. We always talk about we will export the double, but how? So that is again question mark. So take it next, please. Then when we talk about banana business itself is a $16 billion. And we are nowhere, to be frank. 600+ million we are doing, and we are nowhere in the business. As I said, we are largest producer. Yes, we are largest producer. We are not largest exporter. But fortunate part is that our population eats, but same time we also lose a lot. When we talk about losing, so that also is there. And if you see this chart, which are the 5 major exporters of the banana from the global perspective, if we talk about Ecuador, Philippines, and Philippines from Asia again, and we are nowhere. We are number 1 producer in the global, 26% of the, like 30 million metric ton we produce, but we are exporting hardly 3 lakh metric ton. Then why India? So why we should say we should be exporter? Because as I said, production is, we are leading. And our shortest transit time, natural location, we are very naturally located for the Middle East countries where target is huge. And even other countries like Europe, or we talk about CIS, and even Southeast Asian. So hardly 4 days to Dubai, to 21 days is max. And if we talk more again, so 27 days will be max for Russia. So when we talk about, if we compare Ecuador or Philippines, they take 27 to 32 days to bring their material, and we are very close to the, our market. Then when we talk about our growing states, each state is itself like a country where we grow our bananas. These are the different varieties what we have as a, what we said, genetic variability. So we have really good genetic variability, but same time we have not explored the potential of those varieties. If we talk about red bananas, they are very rich in iron. When we check the nutritional value of each variety, different varieties, they are very fantastic. But nobody knows. We have to educate, and we have to then popularize it. The SWOT analysis for the banana, what exactly is right and wrong for us, opportunity, threat, and this strength and weakness. As you know, everybody knows that. But threat, if we talk about, we have to be very careful for Fusarium race 4 disease, which is really seriously coming up. Bihar and Gujarat, part of the Gujarat, we have observed it. And if that spreads around, then we will be no more, because that disease, if once enter into your soil, 10 years, next 10 years, you can't grow banana into the same soil. These are the exports trend, what happened, and few of the indications or estimates I have given. If we rightly do the things, then we may achieve 50,000 or 1 lakh containers. And that's what I say, $1 billion business we can make in 2030. These are the gaps in cluster or challenges, what we say, for the people to understand and to work on. What exactly is not there is short harvesting window in different clusters. If we talk about Jalgaon, which is major belt, or Andhra Pradesh, hardly 80 to 90 days we can harvest. So that is the real challenge, where huge amount of production is there, but we can't harvest. Then high logistic cost is real challenge when we bring the material from one place to other, moving the material. And also unfortunate part, during the peak season of the export, all shipping lines will increase a good number of amount, like from 2,000 or $1,600 to $4,000. So that is another challenge for us. If Ecuador or Philippines, they load their container, they will hardly have a charge of $400 for a container load. And Indian banana or Indian exporter is paying $4,000 for the same material. So competitive price will not be there in the international market. Skilled manpower, I used to tell that because non-availability of rail transportation is really required. These are the clusters, same time, but there is no facility. If you see the extreme left or right of my side, so potential is there, but we don't have the infrastructure facility availability. How to achieve $1 billion? So this is real challenge. So what we say, Indian consulates in different countries should promote Indian banana as a quality banana, and whatever we can, tropical with very high sweetness, then flavor, then less chemical use. So that type of promotions we need to have. Then when we say ki banana promotion council, we already formed with the APEDA, and that I am also one of the member into that. Cluster development, yes, that has been done. Then technical intervention, that is very important for plant and fruit care activity for the farmers. Infra and facility, as I said earlier, so it's still we are lacking into. So we need to invest money into this facility development. Field packing, we have to stop that, because whatever the field packing we are doing, that will not give us a quality produce. Always bruising will be there, quality control will not be there. So we have to stop that, and we should move everything to the pack houses. Quality harvest, then traceability, global gap, we have to introduce these things to go to Japan, America, this European Union or South Korea. These are the potential premium markets available for us, but we are not looking into that. Everybody is looking towards Dubai or Middle East. Fruit processing, this we have to encourage, like powder and this pulp. So that is very huge demand for powder and pulp. Supply chain development, this cold chain handling or expertise are not available, to be frank. So that is also most important. New market access, set of payment. Lastly, I have put one sentence there for the people who are policy makers. Set of the payment for Iran, particularly when we export, and Iran is our target market, or 70% of the export happens to the Iran market. So if set off or barter system is approved for all the companies, we can double the export for the banana, particularly for Iran market. Then encourage export, then a few of the schemes are there. So that also should be like, help to the exporters. These are the present markets, and future we have to target that. Then what farmers should do, already he has explained. So demand production and all those things. This is impact of fruit care, what I studied the last 5 years in the industry, how this, if you see the yellow part is a C class or a rejection. And if you do the fruit care activities, then you can reduce it to 13% or 10%. Now it is 10%. In different geography, different percent of the C class or what we call rejection happens. This is fruit care activity, what it helps and how it helps. So you see the quality, how it improves. These are the different activities for the fruit care. This yellow pulp, few of the phone calls come to me like in the same box, some of the bananas are yellow and some of the bananas are green still. So these are the reasons for that. In particularly central India, winter chilling will happen, then golden yellow color will not come. The temperature, high temperature during harvest will create a problem of paste, what we call it green soft. This is one of the innovative bag, what we have is been developed by one of the company. They are now introducing this bag. So without sachet, we can keep this without like ethylene absorber type of thing, this bag will do. What I have told you, uneven ripening will happen. These are the pack houses we have to use. We must use this. So these are the exports. This is fusarium. So we have to be very careful. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Now I would like to call upon Miss Pooja Balram Salunke and Mr. Pradipta Kumar Sahu. So Mr. Pradipta Kumar Sahu is going to honor Miss Pooja with a beautiful award that we have decided to give her. So I would request Mr. Pradipta Kumar Sahu. Can we have a round of applause for Miss Pooja, everybody? Thank you so much. Now I would request Chef Manjeet Singh Gill, President, Indian Federation of Culinary Association, Managing Director, Eco Green Hospitality, New Delhi, to come up on stage and give away this memento to Mr. Pandit Kondhare. Thank you so much. We would also request Chef Manjeet to give away a memento to Dr. Azhar Pathan as well. Thank you so much. All right, so friends, now we are starting over the next session, session 8, increasing demand for fresh cut and packed convenience foods. So I would like to call upon the following. Please join us on stage. Mr. Mihir Mohanta, GM Supply Chain, Mother Dairy Fruit and Vegetable Private Limited. Chef Vinod B, Range and Supply Leader, IKEA India Private Limited, Bangalore, Treasurer, ICF Delhi. Mr. Bhupinder Singh, Managing Director, Vista Foods, and Chef Manjeet Singh Gill, President, Indian Federation of Culinary Association, Managing Director, Eco Green Hospitality, New Delhi. Welcome all speakers. So I would welcome all speakers and I would request, please keep the presentation short and simple since we are running a little behind. So I would request Mr. Mihir Mohanta, GM Supply Chain, Mother Dairy Fruit and Vegetable Private Limited, to take up the podium and cover the topic F&B frozen food market potential and growth opportunities. Round of applause for Mr. Mihir Mohanta.
Good afternoon to you all. Now I'll briefly provide some key aspects where the growth opportunities are available in the frozen aspects. Now we all love fresh fruits and vegetables. But suppose if you don't have fresh, what next? What is next available option? Frozen is something which is as nutritious as fresh. And believe me, many consumers still feel that frozen is processed with preservative. But it is basically reduced temperature to an extent that microorganisms do not grow. Hence, the nutrients are preserved and deterioration is not there. So whatever is stored in frozen form and is cooked, that's called a frozen product. Now it all started in some 1940s, and actually the ready-to-eat frozen food started in 1950s in US. Here all the vitamins, minerals and carbohydrate proteins are preserved.
to an extent that is available in the food press itself. There are two types of freezing. One is IQF, individual quick freezing, which is very fast. Within half an hour you can freeze. And this original molecules are preserved here. So there is no ice caking. Whereas in blast freeze, it's basically a cold store freezing situation where it takes about 24 hours to get frozen. And the smaller items can be preserved through IQF, but for large items like say fish, chicken, or meat, blast freezing is done. Some of the products are like, these are some of the products of frozen. Now you look at the market size, by end of 2022, 14,000 crore is the value of the market, and it is expected to grow at 16% CAGR, and by 2028 it will be 35,000 crore. In this, there are subcategories which are basically frozen snacks, frozen meat, and fruits and vegetables. The approximate contributions are like, frozen snacks is 18%, frozen meat is 14%, and so this is the percentage at which these are growing. Frozen snacks has been growing very fast post-COVID. So it is close to 20%, 18 to 20% that it has been growing. Frozen meat is growing at 14%, and frozen vegetable at 16%. Overall, it's growing at a 16% growth rate. Within these subcategories, there are key products like French fries is one which is predominant in frozen snacks, which has a share of 28%. Frozen ingredients, green peas has a share of 15%. And in frozen meat, chicken has got a significant 21%. Now, these are some of the products which Mother Dairy Safal has. We are there in the ingredient segment with green peas, sweet corn, mixed veg, and jackfruit. And in snack segment also, we are rapidly launching new products. And we have a range of products with starting with aloo tikki to green nuggets and all. Now this is what the front end market side aspect, whereas there are significant, a lot of things happening at the back end, where farmers and growers are contributing to these market growths. Now, we had set up a plant at Ranchi and for IQF, and Ranchi does not, when we set up the plant in 2014, there were not a single piece of sweet corn grown there. So all that, when we talk of sweet corn, it was Pune and Mahabaleshwar where sweet corn was being grown and IQF done. And it used to be a hub. Today, if you look at Ranchi has become a hub for sweet corn growing in the eastern India. And the journey took from 2014 onwards, we started taking demonstration, growing, helping farmers to grow, putting up a POP. And what we all did was to have a trials, then contract with the farmers, provide them seeds and technical support, and then have a buyback arrangement with them. And with an investment of say 20-25,000, today they are able to get 50 to 70,000 per acre in just about 85 days. And the key thing that we have been driving is to improve the yield. So that is driving their income. And from a low of 3.5 ton per acre, now we have reached to a high of 9.5 ton per acre. So we are adding value to them by improving the yield and thereby keeping the costs competitive and improving their income. Similarly, they have created FPOs who are doing the dekernelling of this sweet corn, so which is an employment generation for the farmers' families also. Now, another case on the French fries. The French fries, North Gujarat, Mehsana area has become a hub for French fries production. So four of the plants like McCain, Iskan Balaji, Hyphen Food have come up there. And there is a large quantity of contract. This is, if you look at the 100% of French fries production is through potato farming and through contract farming. And the model that they adopt is, the model that they adopt is, this is basically patented seeds are there, like Santana and Frysona. Santana variety is particularly owned by State Holland, and they license it to Mahindra for tissue culture. Further aeroponics seed multiplication is done. Then company-owned multiplication G1, G2, and at a G4 level, the farmers grow and give it back to the company. And company, whatever they produce, basis that they have to pay royalty to the owner company like Estate. So it's a minimum of 4 years that backend has to work to set up a capacity for French fries production. On the other hand, the export of French fries is growing. In 2007, India used to import French fries. Today, we are exporting to a tune of 85,000 metric ton. So, which is a huge growth, and this growth has been in recent years, the growth is very fast. So, thank you. This is all.
Thank you so much. Now I would request Chef Vinod B, Range and Supply Leader, IKEA India Private Limited, Bangalore Treasurer, ICF Delhi, to take up the podium and cover the topic, Horsa, Trends for Fresh Cut and Packed Convenience Food. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. And being a chef, I can't keep you people hungry at the lunchtime. So we'll just have this discussion or the topic very quick and easy. And I think we have a lot of 1,000 years of experience in front of us. And I feel proud sharing the dais with Chef Manjeet Gill, one of the legendary chef of India. So Horeca Industry and Fruit and Vegetable. And Fresh India, I think I should thank Media Today and Mr. Naqvi and his team to create such a platform to bring together the advanced technology, the technology from the farmers, and what's happening around us. So in Horeca industry, it has been very turbulent in many years from now. And in current last 3 years, post-COVID, I think as Mr. Mihir said that frozen. So we call it frozen is the new fresh. So that's the trend. And I think you people have a lot of knowledge, expertise, and we as chefs, I think Chef Manjeet will agree with me that we look for the best product at the best price to offer to the many people. And I have just noted down since morning, I was just listening to different eminent speakers.
So I have noted down some points where we can elaborate and discuss. So one of the point is ease of operation. Being a chef, we want a product which is easy to use, easy to apply in different applications in food, because in food, we feel what we eat has to be 100% safe and sound. So whatever goes to our body is for our nutrition. So we can't talk about like chemicals, pesticides, all those things which deteriorate the quality of the product. So we want a product which is 100% safe with good quality. And at the same time, we know what we are eating. So from farm to fork. And we as a chef fraternity, we have been working with multiple forums, multiple platforms to bring back that information. So talking about the millets, which is an age-old, 1,000-years-old products, or talking about the new fresh ingredients. Certain products like we spoke about strawberries, blueberries. So few, maybe 10, 15 years, they were like kind of we could think and we can see pictures of blueberries. But now we see blueberries growing in India. We find strawberries. So we find most of the global products. And this is the time for co-creation, collaboration. And what I would feel with my little knowledge, so few points like ease of operation, cost efficiency, then as I think the previous speaker said about the eliminating volatility of the price, because we as a chef want to have a stable price around the year. We can't have like fresh produce changing price every season. Then we have the yield management. So when you have the processed clean product, so the yield becomes higher, which help us in reducing the cost or maintaining the cost. Then we have the quality enhancement that also eliminates, because we want to serve our customers and the many people the best of the product. Then we say it is good for people and planet. So we always hear a lot of things and a lot of stories in the boardrooms and people telling that that this is not good, that is not good. Are we making our planet a good place to live? So the collaboration between the advanced technology, the right seeds, right produce, right knowledge would help in creating a better planet to live. Then sustainability, that's also a talk of the today's need, and we need to create a sustainable product. So that would help in creating a bigger market. Then reduction of spoilage and damage. So we always hear that 30% of the produce that happen goes to waste. So the processing, post-harvest, storage, freezing the product and creating a byproduct help in reducing that. End of the day, it reduces the spoilage and increases the cost value of the product. Then we have the preservation of the product. A lot of processing, preservation and new technologies help in reducing the waste. Traceability, as I mentioned earlier also. So these were few points which I could relate after listening to many people and having the best of the knowledge from India and abroad. So that was one. And the other basic things what I thought is you people can collaborate with the school and colleges, maybe the agricultural students, the culinary students, and the hospitality students, and take them to your farms, take them to your research and development facilities. Let them understand, let them know what's happening around the world, where the product is coming from. For example, Safal, and I think it's connected with Mother Dairy. So some people say, यार दूध तो machine से आता है, उन्हें पता नहीं दूध आता कहाँ से है. So the younger generation and the millennials, उनको अगर हम, if we take them back to the basics, we take them back to the farms. So केला पैकेट में मिलता है या पेड़ पे लगता है? So if we take all the students, the young generation, and take them back to the basics and give them the knowledge and impart them, that they will be your ambassadors in the coming years. So in the interest of time, I think I won't take many topics. I would request Chef Manjeet Gill to add on what I have said and help me elaborate the topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Chef Vinod. Now we welcome Chef Manjeet Singh Gill.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Vinod. And Chef Vinod has, described very well that what in the hotel or Horeca is required. And in Horeca, particularly the chefs who are the main consumers of the food, they are really looking forward to use the innovative, creative ingredients. But the issue is that the industry of ingredients, whichever ingredient they are producing, whether it's grocery or meats or the fruits or vegetable produce, somewhere there is a very big gap between the consumer and chefs and the industry. There is no communication between them. And I said that many times that in India, in many countries, we are learning from the many other countries also by traveling and working professionally in many other countries. You see, in India, the problem is we all have very big plans in isolation, but like if I see the agriculture universities, even in India, if we see the Ayurveda as a food knowledge from the Ayurveda, even from the APIDA as a business or as an export of Indian fruits, or many other people who are linked with the food, cannot achieve their any objective. I can tell you, I may be making a very loud statement, cannot achieve their objective if you don't take the chefs along with you. Chefs are your front persons. Chefs are your main consumer. And you might have realized last many years all over the world, chefs are the great influencers of food to the people to increase the market. You know, they will tell how the food is consumed, how creatively it can be consumed. They can increase your market. But in India, it's somewhere, you know, as a nation, we left the chefs to do with the food, but nobody supports them at all. And when I say support them, because we are in the front, we need to be empowered with the knowledge of the food from the agriculture point of view, not to become the agriculturist. If we need the Ayurvedic knowledge, not to become an Ayurvedic practitioner. If we need the nutritional knowledge, we don't want to become the nutritionist. We only use this power into our food preparations and creatively use it and pass it on to the consumer, to the diners. That's where the market gets created. Now in India, because we don't have the knowledge as chefs, for us, apple is apple, banana is banana, tomato is tomato, cabbage is cabbage. Now you people know, as I was seeing the previous presentation on banana, I don't know there are so many varieties of banana. In which text they are written? For culinary students, for the chefs, it's all written in the agriculture text maybe. I can't read that, I can't understand that. Because I'm not an agriculturist. I need the text which I can read, I can understand, I can teach further. The varieties of banana, where they are grown, what are their characteristics in one line, two lines. What are their characteristics? Which season they are available? You know, and with that we will find that what dish can be prepared with which banana. Like you might have seen in the hotels or the restaurant, sometimes we celebrate the fruit as a fresh, mostly the mango. If the mango festivals happen, mango dishes are made and the menu is made, and on the menu is written mango ice cream, mango kulfi. That has no meaning in this world now. It has to be lagda kulfi. But I only put lagda kulfi when I know that lagda is available from this date to this date. The best quality, that is best taste and economical. Then when the Dasari comes, what are the dates of the Dasari? So that I can plan my menus according to the season of each variety of fruit. Now for us, apple is apple. Whether we have to make apple pie, whether we have to make apple halwa, whether we have to make baked apple, or we have to use some other thing, apple. Why can't I get the variety of the apples and their characteristics? That knowledge, it is not given to us. And that only you people or the agricultural scientists or the farmers can give. And then you will see that how the value is added if we differentiate the apple, if I am very good in apple pie in my hotel, I will buy maybe the Jemmy apple or what, that's apple, you know. So I will buy that apple, that right apple pie made with these apples, and I will sell 100 rupees more than the others. But if I just write apple pie, then I am saying it doesn't matter. So the farmer who is growing a particular variety of good quality, he is not getting the price, but for us, apple is apple. So there is a very big gap. And we should, as a body, as your body, or as some council of banana out there saying, there must be a council of produce. They have to collectively work with the chefs and then communicate to the people. You cannot communicate directly because your language is different to communicate. You will put a lot of scientific jargons in that. You will like show that graphs like this and all that, achieve, this is the revenue you can achieve, this is, but how? How does it go to the consumer? Same as like I have seen even the APIDA shows, APIDA is participating in international countries and all that. The boxes of mango lying on the behind and the 2 officers or 3 officers or clerks are sitting on the counter. For me, mango is a very ugly fruit. Banana is a very ugly fruit. Unless it is not peeled and you taste, then you say, wow, that's what is inside. But that nobody is promoting, nobody is showing to the people. Nobody is telling them that how you can create dishes out of these things. How you sell it. You will surprise yesterday, day before yesterday, and that happened many times in India, you must have heard also. The US Council of Legume and Pulses, every 3 months they are here in India to sell pulses. And legumes means rajma, chana and all that. They're telling us how to cook and how to eat. It's a shame that somebody is coming from South America teaching us how to cook lentils. Who knows? We all know. Who knows better than us in the world how to eat or how to cook lentils? But they're teaching us. The council is coming here. The chefs are coming from there, here to demonstrate us, to teach us, to tell us. But where are our councils or where is our marketing? Going to the export market or going there and selling it, how we are selling it. I'm not saying because I'm a chef, but this is the truth. It's fortunate that I'm a chef, you are not. That's a different thing. But we can only achieve the results if we empower the chefs with the knowledge. And like for Horeca, if the foods are frozen, the cuts are made or vegetables according to the Horeca use. There has to be 2 different categories, Horeca and the consumer. In the retail, I would say. So things has to be designed, produced. It has to be a very strong collaboration with the food industry and the chefs, and then only we can achieve. Like for example, I am not saying for many things, it's time, and it is not a job of a one individual. Why we don't have a book of ingredients in India when every country has? Why we don't have book of ingredients? Who will make it? These are councils, so the bodies will make it. We chefs will give the inputs, we'll make it. But we can only make it along with the other body. Otherwise, they are among the stars to do it. To do that book, maybe if we decide now, it might take 2 years to do it. Because the right pictures, right story, you will only get when the season will come. It's a slow process, but we must achieve those things if we want to go into the future markets. Otherwise, by default, things will happen. But it will take, by default, it will take a little longer time. Now, we want to be part of that process or not, things will happen. The right things will happen. So my only request is that let's work very closely with each other to produce the information or produce the books or produce the literature, which, as Shavino very rightly said, that we can teach to our students. Our students, you see, when I started talking about the book of ingredient, that I come across, my family has a lot of agriculturists. I'm a from the farmer's family, and the qualified agricultural scientists are also there. But there is no help as a chef from them. When I wanted to know about the produce of India, they told me there's a volume of books called Wealth of India. I'm sure you people must be knowing. And you get from the Agricultural University, Pusa and all that, NCRT has done those. It's a 25 volume, this thick books, 25 volumes. I can't read it. I bought it, very expensive, about 30,000 rupees. But I can't get out everything. I have to read so much to find out the information, just information which I need, which is of my use. So this is what something we must do it. As early we can do it, as most faster we'll achieve our billion, trillion, whatever results, projections we think we can achieve. But without these, you cannot achieve. I'm sorry to say that, but you will not. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chef Manjeet. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have an award, and this award goes to Mr. Bhupinder Singh. However, he is not with us right now, but on the behalf of Mr. Bhupinder, we have his GM, who coincidentally has the same name, Mr. Bhupinder. So I would request Mr. Bhupinder to come forward and to present this award. I would request Chef Manjeet Singh Gill, please come forward. So my heartiest congratulations, Chef Vinod B, Chef Manjeet Gill, and Mr. Mihir Mohanta. Thank you so much. Congratulations to Mr. Bhupinder Singh, Managing Director, Vista Foods. And we have Memento Moment 2. And this memento goes to Chef Vinod B. So I would request Chef Manjeet Gill to stay back and present this memento to Chef Vinod B, Range and Supply Leader, IKEA India Private Limited, Bangalore Treasurer, ICF Delhi. Can we have a round of applause for very sweet Chef Vinod? Thank you so much. And I would request all the speakers to turn up and team up to present the next memento to Chef Manjeet Singh Gill, President, Indian Federation of Culinary Association, Managing Director, Eco Green Hospitality, New Delhi. Thank you so much. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, it's a lunch break. So I hope you all enjoy your lunch and don't forget to utilize this time and make friends and networking. Thank you.
check, hello, hello. Hello, check, hello, hello. Hello, 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 check. हेलो चेक ठीक है हेलो हेलो चेक 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 हेलो 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 ठीक है
So I would like to thank our sponsors, our major supporting bodies, Access Warehousing Private Limited. Access Warehousing Private Limited is a prominent warehousing company that specializes in providing comprehensive warehousing and logistics solutions. They offer a wide range of services, including inventory management, order fulfillment, and distribution. With their state-of-the-art facilities and efficient processes, they help businesses optimize their supply chain operation and improve overall efficiency. We would also like to thank Adani AgriFresh Limited. Adani AgriFresh Limited is a subsidiary of the Adani Group, a leading Indian conglomerate. They are involved in the agribusiness sector, focusing on the post-harvest management and supply chain of fruits and vegetables. Adani AgriFresh operates state-of-the-art cold storage facilities, ensuring the preservation and quality of perishable produce. Their expertise lies in creating sustainable supply chain and empowering farmers through various initiatives. We would also like to thank Agricultural and Processed Food Products Export Development Authority, APIDA. APIDA is an apex organization under the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India. It plays a crucial role in the promotion and development of India's agricultural export. APIDA works to enhance the competitiveness of Indian agricultural products in the global market by facilitating export-oriented production, quality certification, market intelligence, and infrastructure development. We would like to thank Agrol Solution Private Limited. Agrol Solution Private Limited is an agricultural technology company that focuses on providing innovative solutions for crop protection and plant nutrition. Their products and services include advanced agrochemicals, biostimulants, and customized crop management programs. Agrol Solution aims to increase crop productivity and optimize resource utilization through sustainable and environmentally friendly practices. We would like to thank and mention Altar Produce LLC. Altar Produce is a renowned produce company based in United States. They specializes in the cultivation, processing, and distribution of a wide range of fresh fruits and vegetables. Altar Produce is committed to delivering high-quality produce while promoting sustainability and responsible farming practices. Their extensive experience and dedication to quality have made them a trusted partner in the industry. We would like to thank Bioagro Substrates India Private Limited. Bioagro Substrates India Private Limited is a leading provider of horticultural substrates and growing media. They offer innovative solutions for soilless cultivation, providing substrates that optimize plant growth and productivity. Bioagro's substrates are designed to promote healthy root development, water retention, and nutrient absorption, enabling growers to achieve better crop and quality. Boix Machinery India Private Limited. Boix Machinery India Private Limited is a subsidiary of Boix Packaging, a global leader in the manufacturing of packaging machinery. They specializing in design and manufacturing tray erecting and closing machines for the fruit and vegetable industry. Boix Machinery solution helps streamline packaging processes, increase efficiency, and ensure the protection and presentation of fruits and vegetables during transportation and storage. We would also like to thank Cravo Equipment Limited. Cravo Equipment Limited is a renowned provider of advanced automated greenhouse systems. They specialize in designing and manufacturing retractable roof and sidewall structures that offer climate control and protection to crops. Cravo's technology enables growers to optimize growing condition, increase yields, and mitigate the impacts of adverse weather conditions, ultimately improving the overall quality of fruit and vegetable production. Department of Horticulture. The Department of Horticulture is a government department responsible for promoting and regulating horticultural activities in a particular region or country. It plays a crucial role in implementing horticulture policies, providing technology assistance to farmers, and promoting research and development in the field of horticulture. The department's aim is to enhance agricultural productivity, ensure food security, and support the sustainable growth of the horticulture sector. We would like to thank FD Berries SA. FD Berries SA is a prominent berry producer based in South Africa. They specialize in the cultivation and export of premium quality berries, including strawberries, blueberries, and blackberries. With a strong focus on sustainable farming practices and quality assurance, FD Berries has set up itself as a reliable supplier of fresh berries to global markets. We would like to acknowledge the support we have received from FIFI, Forum of Indian Food Importers. FIFI stands for Forum of Indian Food Importers. It is an organization dedicated to promoting and facilitating the import of food products into India. FIFI acts as a platform for collaboration and networking among food importers, exporters, and industry stakeholders. Through various initiatives, FIFI aims to foster a conducive environment for international trade, address industry challenges, and contribute to the growth of food sector in India. We would also like to thank Forest Chemical Group. Forest Chemical Group is a renowned company that specializes in the production of agricultural chemical, distribution of agricultural chemicals, fertilizer, and plant protection products. With a strong focus on research and development, Forest Chemical Group offers a wide range of solutions to support sustainable agriculture and crop protection. They aim to enhance agricultural productivity while minimizing the environmental impact of farming practices. Forest Chemical Group Spain, the Right Bonding. We would like to thank the Right Bonding, which is a subsidiary of Forest Chemical Group based in Spain, specializing in manufacturing adhesive solution for various industries, including agriculture. Their innovative bonding solutions are used in crop protection applications such as sealing, protecting grafts, and wounds in plant. The Right Bonding's product help improve the success rate of grafting and ensure the healthy growth of plants. We would also like to thank Growit. Growit is a company dedicated to providing innovative solutions for sustainable agriculture. They focus on developing and implementing precision agriculture technologies, including sensors, data analytics, and automation systems. Growit solution enable farmers to optimize resource management, improve crop yields, and make data-driven decisions for better farm management practices. We also thank Growit India Private Limited. Growit India Private Limited is an Indian subsidiary of Growit, a global agri-tech company. They specialize in offering smart farming solutions that integrate technology and agriculture. Growit India provides farmers with advanced tools and platforms for monitoring and managing various aspects of crop production, including irrigation, fertilization, pest control, and climate control. Their solutions aim to enhance productivity, reduce resource wastage, and ensure sustainable agriculture practices. We would like to thank Haygrove India Private Limited. Haygrove India Private Limited is a subsidiary of Haygrove Limited, a leading global provider of protected horticultural growing systems. They offer innovative solutions for polytunnels and crop covers that protect crop from adverse weather condition and pests, while also optimizing growing condition for enhanced yield and quality. Haygrove India's technology supports sustainable and efficient horticultural production across a wide range of crops. We would like to thank Intello Lab Private Limited. Intello Labs Private Limited is an AI-based agri-tech company that specializes in providing quality assessment solution for fresh produce. Using computer vision and machine learning algorithms, Intello Labs offer accurate and objective grading and quality analysis of fruits and vegetables. Their technology helps improve supply chain efficiency, reduce post-harvest loss, and ensure consistent quality for both farmers and buyers. They too specialize in providing quality assessment solution for fresh produce. We would like to extend our thanks to National Horticultural Board. National Horticultural Board is a government organization in India that promotes development of horticulture and provides support of horticulture farmers and businesses. The board offers financial assistance, technical guidance, and market promotion initiatives to enhance the productivity and the profitability of horticultural crops. Their efforts contribute to the growth of the horticulture sector and the welfare of horticultural stakeholders. We would also like to thank National Research Development Corporation. NRDC is an Indian enterprise under the Department of Scientific and Industrial Research. The NRDC facilitate the commercialization of technology and innovations developed by Indian researchers and institutions. In the agriculture sector, NRDC plays a crucial role in identifying, evaluating, and promoting technologies and intellectual property related to crop production, processing, and post-harvest management. Last but never the least, we would like to extend our thanks to Quality Council of India. Quality Council of India, also known as QCI, is the national accreditation body that aims to promote and maintain quality standards across various sectors, including agriculture. QCI offers certification and accreditation services, conducts training program, and facilitate quality improvement initiatives. In the agricultural context, QCI work towards ensuring the adoption of best practices, quality control measures, and compliance with national and international quality standards. Fresh India Show would like to thank APIDA. APIDA is an APEC organization under the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India. It plays a crucial role in the promotion and development of India's agricultural export. APIDA works to enhance the competitiveness in Indian agricultural products in the global market by facilitating export-oriented production, quality certification, market intelligence, and infrastructure development. We would also like to thank Cravo Equipment Limited. Cravo Equipment Limited is a renowned provider of advanced automated greenhouse system. They specialize in designing and manufacturing retractable roof and sidewall structure that offer climate control and protection to crops. Cravo's technology enable growers to optimize growing condition, increasing the yields and mitigate the impact of adverse weather condition, ultimately improving the overall quality of fruits and vegetables. Check. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are starting off very soon. I would request everybody to finish their lunch and join us here back in conference hall. Thank you.
Cedric, C-E-D-R-I-C-K. Cedric and proud. It is 55. South African language. Five star. It's 55. Accidents. No, no, it's not just a high side man. It's wet. Even if you there, you click on other one, you will ask them to so welcome and acknowledge his honorable presence by giving him this. But it is.
So ladies and gentlemen, we are starting off in next 5 minutes. I would request you all to turn back and turn up to the activity zone, that is our hall, conference hall. Thank you. So friends, we are starting off in next 2 minutes. I would request everybody to settle down, and those who are eating outside, those who are enjoying their lunch, please finish it ASAP and join us here in the conference hall. Thank you. So friends, I would request you all to settle down. We are starting off very soon. And those who all are eating outside and enjoying their lunch, I would request you to finish your lunch ASAP as soon as possible and turn up to the conference hall. Thank you.
उनका ऑनलाइन वीडियो, उनका वीडियो है, बट ये फॉलो करेंगे, ये उनके पार्टनर है। इसका नाम आ गया
सेड्रिक क्राउली।
इसका नाम है ये
सिद्दीकिल्ला।
एंड्रयू का नाम हटा दीजिए। He is representing this organization. हाँ,
एंड्रयू का नहीं वो।
एंड्रयू का नहीं, ठीक है, बाकी सब ऊपर जाएगा।
So friend, we are starting in the next few minutes. Those who are still having their lunch, I would request you all to head back to the conference hall. Thank you.
Bar, Siddhikullah, Ajay TG, Anton Sugar, and Amol Tot.
So I will request all the gentlemen, all the ladies, please settle down. आप लोग सभी बैठ जाए. We are starting off. All right, so welcome back to day 2 of a Fresh India show. Ladies and gentlemen, we are starting off with the next session, which is session number 6, exotic fruit crops for Indian consumer. So I would like to invite on stage the following people. Number 1, Mr. Zach Bard, Chairman, World Avocado Organization Business Development Executive, Westphalia Fruit. I would also request Siddhikullah Popalzai, Managing Director, Samsar Ban Traders Private Limited. We would also request Mr. Ajay TG, General Manager, Westphalia Fruit India, and Mr. Anton Kruger, Chief Executive Officer at Fresh Produce Exporters Forum, South Africa. We would also urge Mr. Amol Tote, Director, Remoon Sorting India Private Limited, to join us here on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome all the speakers with a huge round of applause. Zordar taaliyon ke saath, let's welcome them all.
Second.
So before jumping to the session, we would like to acknowledge the presence of a very important person amongst us. We have a VIP. We have with us today Mr. Cedric Crowley from South African High Commission. And we would like to appreciate his presence here. So, sir, I would like to invite you on stage, and to honor him with flowers and bouquet, I would like to call upon Mr. MB Naqvi. Can we have a round of applause for Mr. Cedric Crowley, everybody? Come on. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Please settle down. All right. So I would like to.
Namaste. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm delighted to be here today in your company and your presence. Of course, your industry plays an important role in terms of food security. And with climate change and everything going on, we will increasingly look to you to advance the technology and the science behind growing these wonderful crops that keep us healthy. And the collaboration between our countries, especially in the context of BRICS, I think is quite important. And I come from a region which is renowned for some of the best fruits in the world. So we are delighted to be present here. And I know that once you've tasted it, once you've seen it, the quality thereof, you will have no hesitation importing it. So we will continue to work very closely with your departments, the Foreign Ministry, the Department of Commerce and Agriculture, to also see how we can increase our exports to your country. So let me wish you a fruitful discussion and deliberation during the course of this session. Thank you so much, and thank you for the wonderful bouquet that I received. I wish you well. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Cedric. All right, so friends, we are starting off with the first topic, which is World Avocado Scenario. Well, this topic is going to be covered by Mr. Zach Bard, but unfortunately, he's not physically present with us. But we do have a video that we are going to play. So I would request the AV team to play the video. Thank you.
See the graph below, front of you, that shows the two biggest avocado markets in the world. As far as consumption goes, the USA is by far the largest market. It's at the moment, we around about 1.2 to 1.3 million tons. It's growing very rapidly as a result of ongoing promotion for the last 20 years. You can see that in the beginning, from 1995, the market was similar size, and Europe did grow initially at a slower rate, but it's starting to catch up again on the USA, and Ra has been very active in promoting in this market since 2017. The second big market, Canada, Japan, and Chile. So I think it's important to note that Canada is an import market. Canada is an import market. Chile and Israel are markets that have developed as a result of production in their own countries. And I think this is something that we're going to see that helps alleviate. The local production is going to be very, very important in driving consumption of avocados in India. The emerging markets, well, obviously you can see that Russia is currently the biggest, followed by China, parts of the Middle East, and right at the bottom, you can see India rising very, very slowly from a very low base. However, low, but to state it, I believe that there is a lot of potential for India in the future, and we look forward to see the market growing in India. Well, India, as you can see, is very much in embryonic stages. It's got significant potential. It's going to take a lot of work, and that's why Ra is starting this year with our launch. We actually start in the next week or two. India is a vital market similar to the USA. It requires a bilateral agreement between India and the exporting country. Year-round supply has only been possible from this year, and that's following Tanzania gaining market access to India. This has been a game changer for India because sea freight from Tanzania, which only takes 8 days, has replaced more expensive air freight from New Zealand, Peru, and Chile. Australia and South Africa are close to market access, and that will bring further stability to the supply of products to India. Africa, its geographic location, does not play an important role together on India's growing domestic production from the area of the last few years. For growing products, ladies and gentlemen, that's a very, very brief introduction to the world of avocados. It is the beginning for India. There's an exciting future ahead. We look forward to it. We look forward to growing markets in India. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now I would like to call upon Mr. Ajay TG, General Manager, Westphalia Fruit India, and he is going to cover the topic avocado value chain and its potential in India. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give Mr. Ajay a huge round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. First, want to thank the organizers for providing us this opportunity, and we are happy to be here in front of this lovely crowd today afternoon. Just to give a quick introduction about who we are. Westphalia Fruit is a South Africa-based company. It's about 85-year-old company now. Westphalia specializes in avocado and is considered as our experts, where we not just sell avocados, but we are involved in the entire value chain of avocados, from the planting material, nurseries, growing avocados on our own. We have our own plantations in South Africa, Peru, Chile, Mexico, and also India now. And in addition to that, Westphalia also handles the entire value chain, from the harvest, picking the fruit at the right maturity, exporting it to the end markets, and also handling the marketing and distribution of avocados in the end market. And one of those crucial parts that is also mentioned there is the ripening of avocados, because avocado is a slightly different fruit from all other fruits that we get. It's not ready to consume as we buy it. So every avocado that you harvest. So avocado also never ripens on the tree. So you need to harvest a raw avocado, and then there is a process of ripening. And if you don't harvest it at the right maturity, it will never ripen. So that's the biggest challenge of handling avocados, and the reason why you need an end-to-end player in this business. And most of the large avocado players globally you would see are specialists in avocados. And that's something that's worked in multiple markets time and again. And just to give you a quick background on the presence that Westphalia has. So these are physical presence that Westphalia has with local subsidiaries in all these markets. Apart from this, Westphalia also works in about 40 plus countries and sourcing and marketing avocados as well. In India, we also have our direct subsidiary company, and I'll talk about Westphalia India in the further slides. And as I mentioned, Westphalia is not just into selling of fruits, but we are into entire value chain of avocados. And when we say that, we have a lot of other value-added products, including avocado oil, frozen avocados, guacamole, ready-to-eat guacamole, and also puree of avocado. We have been trialing these products for the Indian market as well, and slowly over the period of time, we would be getting into the entire value chain in the Indian market also. While saying this, there's also something that I want to touch upon is the varieties that Westphalia has been closely developing. So Westphalia has one of the largest privately funded research program on avocados and other tropical fruits. Over the years, we have been working closely with University of California and also our Westphalia Technology Services in developing rootstocks and varieties, commercial varieties, and also been marketing them. So some of those varieties include Gem. So Gem is one of the fastest growing non-Hass varieties globally and getting marketed around the world. And we've recently had the opportunity to launch Gem in India. We've had very good feedback and acceptance from the market. And in the course of the next few years, we'll also be growing Gem varieties in India and expand that presence also in the Indian market. These are some of the international retail chains that Westphalia works with. But just to add to that, we also work with almost all major retailers in India now over the last 18 to 24 months of our operation. And Westphalia has also been a founding member of World Avocado Organization. And as Zach had mentioned earlier, we will be starting market promotions and market awareness programs from later this month. And the objective is to get avocados to every corner of the country. Now coming to Westphalia Fruit India. So this is a joint venture which was done in 2018-19. And so this is coming together of three companies: Westphalia, which is an international partner with from South Africa; Sam Agri is the Indian partner based out of Hyderabad; and Devorior Nursery, which is an Israeli company specializing in avocado plant propagation and varieties from Israel. So the entire journey started in 2017. I've had the last couple of days, we have had speakers speaking about focusing on varieties, focusing on the right crops. So what we noticed was there was an increase in the consumption of avocados and awareness for avocados. And India was already growing a lot of avocados. We had regions in the south which were producing avocados for 20, 30 years now. But we did not have the right varieties which were marketable across the country or had the shelf life to move to different parts of the country. And this is where our project started in 2017. We saw globally there's a variety called Hass. Hass is about 90+% of all avocados sold globally. So we brought in Hass avocados. We started trials trying to see whether Hass avocados can grow in India. And over the last 5 years now, we have planted over 500+ acres of Hass avocados in India. And from last year, we have also started getting production of Indian grown Hass avocados. Over the next 2-3 years, the commercial volumes would start coming in where we can have a good window of supply from the Indian market. And if you look at the overall market size of avocados, and again, this is something a lot of speakers over the last 2 days have been touching upon. Avocado is the next big fruit that is catching up. And last year, we crossed that threshold of 1,000 tons. So this is where the big boost is coming up from. So 2022, we closed with about 2,000 tons. This is the total imports of all Hass avocados coming into India. And this year, already there is 100% year-on-year growth for the last 5 months. And we expect that to continue over the next few months as well. Now with increased market access coming in from newer countries. So where we see that fruit would be available all through the year. And not just that, we'll be able to get sea shipment fruits moving away from very expensive air shipment fruits. So that has been the biggest change that has happened in the last year. The biggest concern when I've been speaking to people earlier today, and what everyone mentions is avocado is one of the most expensive fruits in the market. It's not easily affordable and available to everyone. To be honest, it was like that a few months or a year back. Fruit which used to sell at 1,000, 2,000 rupees a kilo is now at 1/4 or 1/5 the price, because sea shipments are now possible. We have Indian production of fruit and a longer window in which fruit is available from multiple sources. So what do we do in Westphalia, India? We, again, even in following our global tradition, even in India, we operate end-to-end. So we have set up our own nursery. So this is a nursery which is based in Coorg, close to Bangalore, where we propagate our own planting material. We work with, so we have a small trial farm of our own, and then we also work with other growers, where we provide them the planting material and all the technical know-how and support. Over the last 3 or 4 years that we have been growing avocados, we have been working on Indianizing the package of practices. So as Mr. Azhar was mentioning earlier, when you introduce a new variety and a new crop into the Indian conditions, you need to Indianize and customize a lot of these growing practices as well. And that's something that we have been working on over the last 4 or 5 years. And we then manage the entire harvesting and post-harvest of fruit. So this year will be the first year of slightly a good amount of local Indian production, but in the next 1 or 2 years, we see good volume of fruits coming up. And we are also in the process of getting into value addition. As our Indian production goes up, we have the plans to set up value addition of avocados in India. And just to give a quick view into what we have in India. So that's our nursery, where we make close to about 100,000 plants every year. So that is roughly about 300 acres of planting material that is getting added every year in India. And very soon, so those are some of the early plantations that we have. So these are about 3-4 years old planting material, plants. And that's our nursery again. And one more thing that we are very proud of, that we have seen other markets do this, and which has yielded result, is move to ready-to-eat avocados. As I mentioned, avocados are always raw. When you take a fruit, I mean, most of the customers want to have a green-looking, dark, hard avocados, but those are not something that you can consume. And when we work with our e-commerce and quick commerce delivery companies, so our customers, we also tell them, when someone is ordering an avocado for a 10-minute or a 20-minute delivery, they don't want an avocado which they can eat after a week. They want to eat something for their next meal. And that's where we are moving towards ready-to-eat ripened avocados. And on that journey, we are setting up our first avocado ripening unit in Mumbai. This should be operational by end of this month. And based on how it goes and Indianizing the operations as well, we want to set up ripening units across the country where we can offer ready-to-eat avocados direct to consumers at any point of time. And just leaving this last slide here. So this was a web series on Netflix called Decoupled. So there's a very interesting representation of avocados there, which I wanted to leave everyone with. This describes how the Indian population is looked at. There's banana, the lower strata, then avocado, which is considered to be the most premium fruit. They're trying to depict the Indian scenario, but that is changing now. Avocado is not the fruit for the elite. It's for everyone. It has the nutritional benefits for everyone. And today we're happy that we are part of the process in getting it affordable and accessible to everyone. So thank you, and thanks for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Ajay. So now I would like to call Mr. Siddiqullah Popalzai. He's from Samsung Barn Traders Private Limited, and he'll be talking about Afghanistan fresh fruit export and import scenario.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. To my respected guests, investor traders from India and abroad, welcome to presentation of Afghanistan's. I will present the product of Afghanistan, and I welcome all of you to join us for the presentation. लैपटॉप में है okay. Afghanistan is a country where we have lots of fruits, vegetable, and it's also famous, especially in India. And India is very potential market for the Afghan products, whether that is fresh fruit or dry fruits. And India is playing very major roles to the Afghan products. And since for the last 20-25 years, it is increasing day by day. So now we are coming, as you all know about the Kabliwala. You may know all about Kabliwala. It is very famous stories here in India. Kabliwala, dry fruits, almonds, and multi-products. And this is also a story written in Indian school books, if all of you remember. Now Afghanistan is also working on multi-products, that is fresh fruits, dry fruits, and it is expanding day by day. They are expanding their export products day by day, and it is increasing. Now we are coming to the fresh fruits. We have multi-products of fresh fruits, cherry, apricots, grapes, plums, melon, pomegranates, which is also famous here in India by name of Kandari. Then we have vegetables which are exporting to India, that is onions and garlics, and potatoes that are exporting mostly to the Russian Federation sites. Now this is the season-based chart there, where how the harvesting started and from where it is started. Afghanistan start its seasonal harvesting from apricot that start from June, July, and somehow to mid of August. Then we have cherries. Okay, cherry, the last one. It also starts from June, July, and August. Similar, we have apple that starts September, October, November, and December. It goes up to there, and almost Afghanistan is more exporting to the Indian market, and it has very best quality based on taste, quality, and value for the Indian peoples. Dry fruits runs through the years, but mostly the season starts from June, July, August, September, October, November. And from that onward, most of the products are available for export to Indian market and other countries as well. And pomegranate only runs for 3 months, but sometime it goes to up to 4 and 5 months. Similarly, we goes for the grapes. The grapes start from July up to November, mid, and sometime it is also available for export in the month of December. Similar, we have melons. Melons start from July to up to October, and sometime also available in November and December. It depends on the state of Afghanistan. Each state have different time variations. These are the cherries. It is mainly available in Afghanistan and exporting mostly to the India. Almost our cherries is mostly, 85% is exporting to the Indian market, 15% going to this Russian Federations, UAE, and Pakistan's. Similar with the cherries, like other products as well, like apricots. Apricot is just started. Maybe some of our guests have seen our product yesterday at our stalls, both cherry and apricots. So this is start from the June and it ends in the month of August. And almost approximately last year, it was 20 exported to India 20,000 metric ton. Beside this, it is also exporting to our other neighbor countries as well. And most currently mostly transport logistic through Wagah border by roads. Then we start goes to the grapes. Grapes market started in July. First, initially it start from our famous province, which is named Kandahar. And most of you may be familiar with Kandahar province. So it starts from the Kandahar and it comes back to Kabul and other state as well. And it goes from July to October. And sometime it goes till end of the month of November. And this time there is not Indian grapes. That's why the most important time is for the Afghan grapes is this. Similar for the other product also. We have different varieties of grapes. Sundarkhani. This is the long one. Sometimes we call India has also the same variety, like similar like a finger, lady fingers size. And we have Taifi. It has seeds inside, and the third variety is Kishmish, from which we make red grapes. Then we goes to apple. Apple we have in almost 17 provinces of Afghanistan. We have apples from the month of September. Actually, 1-2 varieties started earlier in the month of August, but mostly the all varieties starts from the month of September and it goes to the month of December. Currently in Afghanistan, we have good cold store chain where we can store the apple and then export based on the demand of the market. And most of, as I say earlier, we mostly 85% export to India because it is very potential to Afghanistan. And what we say, it is very close to the neighborhood and close to the business to Afghanistan. And Afghanistan is very happy with the Indian traders, importers, and they have very good business with them. And we have different varieties. We have Red Delicious, Welsphere, Gala, Red Sheep, Blushing Golden, and these are the varieties that are available in Afghanistan. And melons. We have seen melons. India has melons also, which size is very small. But in Afghanistan, we have the melon, which is size is bigger, and the minimum weight of 1 melon is approximately 4 kg, and it goes to up to 15, 16, even though some melons goes to 20 kgs. The melon and a melon is exported to India from the month of June. And we have different varieties. One variety that comes in the month of November. That is, if you taste, you will have different taste because that comes from the very cold place and it only harvested in the month of November. Sometimes it is also imported to India in the month of December. Everywhere we have different variety. Every year we have more exporting to the Indian market. We have almost 30 varieties in melon. We have some melons color green inside, outside also sometimes green. Some melon we have red in color, yellow in color, but inside you will see the white color. So these are some major varieties of the melon that are importing to Indian markets. Pomegranates. As you know, all of you about the Afghani anars, which is famous here in Indian market. You will mostly find all in online market as well, Kandari pomegranates. These are the variety of Afghan pomegranates. It start in the month of September in Afghanistan, harvesting and end in the month of November. Each year, India is Afghanistan is supplying more quantity. It is increasing day by day. So almost when the season start for pomegranates, Afghanistan is exporting per day almost 10 to 15 containers, which is almost containing 20 feet container, 40 to 20 tons pomegranate to Indian market on daily basis. And it comes only to the Azadpur market, and then it is distributed to the other states of India as well. Then we have vegetables. Vegetable, we mostly export more different products, but to the Indian market, we are only exporting two products of it. One is garlic, which is almost started the season to export to the Indian market. And another is onion. The onion comes in the month of November, December, and January, when there is too much demand to the Indian market. Each year, it depends on the demand of the Indian market, and sometimes it goes up to 1 lakh metric tons of onion to which export to the Indian market. And some major benefits from the Afghan product are mentioned here. So let me go to these. Each point is one by one. Early season start whenever all Afghan product seasons are started when there is the Indian market or the Indian harvesting is closed or finished at the time. So in the same time, the season from Afghanistan product is started. Like, for example, coming to the grapes, India has grapes from the month of November, but it comes again up to September, not September, sorry. It comes to April and May. And only there is 1 month gap in Indian market, that is June. And from July, the grapes started to the Indian market, come again to the November. Then again, the Indian market it started. For the all products, similar, we have the same variants and the same type. Yeah, repeating the same. And from India, we are exporting banana, mangoes, also grapes in the season of start of the season in the month of April, May, and March. We also import to Afghanistan grapes, and banana is coming regularly from the start of the season, even 12 months. That is coming from India market to the Afghanistan market. We have different routes. We come back to the routes, how our Afghan products are coming to the India market. We have different routes. We have by air routes, which is connecting directly to Delhi airport, Mumbai airport, and sometime to Punjab, Amritsar airport. But we are coming here to transportations. India has two major countries, neighboring countries, which is Iran and Pakistan. First, we coming Kandahar to Spin Boldak, connected to Karachi port as well, which distance is 816 kilometer. Another is Kandahar Spin Boldak connected to Gwadar port, which distance is 1036. So Torkham is another border of Afghanistan with Pakistan, which is connected to Karachi, connected with Karachi port, which distance is 1447. And Afghanistan has access to Chabahar port of Iran, and the distance between Zaranj is the capital of Zabul, which has distance about 883 kilometers from Afghanistan. Route transactions. Another we have route that was for the sea, and this is for the road. Road we have connecting to the India through Wagah, Amritsar, Atari border. we connected from different states. But its transit time is from Kabul or Kandahar is 7 to 10 days, but it comes sometime earlier. If we proceed the goods on timely basis, documentation, everything, it will takes only 3 to 5 days to reach to the Delhi market. We have the major routes, that is Kabul to Kham and to direct Athari border, Wagah border, here we write, and from Kandahar to Chaman and Chaman to Wagah border. These are the sea routes I have already discussed. And for sea, we have also connected through Chabahar, and these are connected directly to Mumbai or in other Indian ports like Chennai port, Mundra port, and Nhava Sheva port. They are easily connected to the Afghan import from Afghanistan, whether that is from Iran or from Karachi port. Another issue, it was earlier an issue, security issue, that no one can even, local people were not able to travel to most of the states of Afghanistan during the season or for any products or visiting for tourists. But for the last 2 years, is the Taliban invaded in Afghanistan. So there is no security issues. You can even, local people can travel to Afghanistan and foreigner as well, but with some permissions. So this issue, which was a big challenges earlier to Afghanistan, to importers, investors, to local traders, it was a big challenges. But Alhamdulillah, for the current scenario, there is no issues. Even most of the Indian traders can also now regularly visiting Afghanistan. Foreigner also visiting from the European countries, and they are doing their job as well. Earlier, I have seen our colleagues, because earlier they were not able to travel to other provinces, but now they are easily moving because there is no issues. And for the agriculture development, Afghanistan is also working one of their major water canals project, which is Goshtapa, which is already started and completed 100 kilometers, and it is in the north of Afghanistan, water from Amur River, which is we have bordering with our neighboring countries. That water is diverted to the Afghanistan for irrigations and agriculture purposes. And day by day, it is developing Afghanistan. So you can easily invest in Afghanistan. You can join Afghanistan with traders, investors, or you can directly invest in Afghanistan without any tension. And thank you so much for your time being. I hope that you have enjoyed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. All right, so friends, now the next topic is global stone fruit industry and fruit future business opportunities. And to cover this topic, I would like to invite Mr. Anton Kruger, Chief Executive Officer at Fresh Produce Exporters Forum, South Africa. Can we have a round of applause for Mr. Anton Kruger? Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for this opportunity. And again, Deputy High Commissioner Cedric Crowley, thank you for gracing us with your presence. Just want to see my presentation. Is it coming from there? Is it loaded there? Nothing happening? Oh, Ravi? Okay. See, they're still finding it. Well, while they're busy, just to say, that as an introduction, the Fresh Produce Exporters Forum We represent 95% of all the fresh produce export by South Africa. So we have more than 150 members. You've heard earlier today, Berries ZA, their exporters on berries, also members, and Westphalia, also one of our members. So that's good to have them all here, and to just to give them that the information that they also here, and there we are, and members of the industry. So just some information before I just get to the presentation on the stone fruit. Just see if I've got this one correct here. Do I press the correct button here? Yes, there. We're a very organized industry in South Africa. As I said, you heard about Berries South Africa, the subtropical fruit, and we're all organized in an umbrella organization called Fruit South Africa. Linking on to what was said previously, the counter seasonality, that means that we produce and export fruit from the southern hemisphere to the northern hemisphere when that does not compete with the fruit in the northern hemisphere, in this case, India, also the stone fruit. Just some summary. We contribute about $4 billion to the South African economy every year, provide jobs, and we've got a big focus on innovation. We're a solution-driven industry, international. We're the largest volume of Southern Hemisphere exports of all the 8 countries in the Southern Hemisphere, and we're a member of quite a number of international organizations. So South Africa is a country with 9 provinces. We're blessed with various climatic zones, and that enables us to produce fruit from avocado right through to table grapes, apples, pears, stone fruit, berries that you see there on the map. So just more information on stone fruit. I'll just quickly go through the areas planted, the orchard ages and distribution, and then some trends with regards to the stone fruit. You see the total area planted, stone fruit, primarily in the Western Cape province, 55,000 hectares. And you can see there on the deciduous fruit, we see the most of the apples, and then on the stone fruit as well, we can see the plantings there for plums the most. The age distribution that you see there, the 6 to 15 years, that gives you an indication that the South African industry is really renewing itself. If we don't have so many trees in the ground that are too old, so we're getting new plantings, new varieties. In apricots, just hectares, it's declining due to various reasons that we see there. But I think for India, more important would be the nectarines and the plums. We see the upward trend, 26% growth that we've experienced there from 2018 till last year in nectarines. Dessert peaches also going down, 22%, not that much demand in international markets. But then plums, I think that is also a big one that we saw currently the 8% growth, and it's still on an upwards trajectory. Just again, the apricot inspections, look at the 7-year trend, it's down. On the nectarines, we see the upward trend again, confirmed there from the various provinces where it's being produced. On the nectarines, if you look at the medium-term projection from 2027, 2028, for where we now, we foresee a 34% increase in plums. So we're already exporting plums to India. We're being faced with in-transit cold sterry treatment that we want to do the in-transit while the fruit is on water. But the Indian government currently requires land-based. 2 weeks before we can put the fruit on the ship, it must be treated, cold treated. So, and that might reduce the quality. So therefore, we're looking, if you look at that growth, we need the Indian market, and I think the Indian market needs South African plums as well. On the peaches, we also see growth there, very small, 5%. Again, on the plum inspections, why mention inspections? South Africa does have 2 levels of inspection to ensure that you get good quality and safe fruit. We've got our Department of Agriculture issuing the phytosanitary certificates. And then we do have an institution called the Perishable Products Export Control Board, PPECB. Two functions. They certify the quality of the fruit, look at the color, the firmness, etc., and also the cold chain to ensure that everything is maintained properly. And those two, I think, inspections ensures that we can ship high quality fruit to our customers internationally, to India, because if the fruit does not meet that strict international criteria, the food safety criteria, is being rejected for export. It cannot be loaded onto the vessel. Again, if you look at the projection on the plums, as we said, the 32% growth that we foresee to 2027, 2028. Just interesting, in 2005, 2006, we had about 8 million cartons exported. And for all intents and purposes, India is then grouped together with the Middle East, just more than 3,000 tons. Yeah. The biggest market still the EU, the UK, but the consumption is declining there. So we need the new markets as well, as I've said. So we have a big focus here. Although it's only 11% it was in 2005, 2006. If we see what happened now, this year, from the 8 million cartons to 22.5 million on the stone fruit. And we see the growth in the Middle East from 3,000 tons to 17.6 thousand tons. We see the decline in the UK and Europe. It was 88%. Now it's 71. It's still a big market, but we need to focus on the East here. As we said, you know, that we see that we've seen a 22% growth in the markets here. The future growth from South Africa, we see the Middle East, the Far East, and Asia being the primary markets for growth, as we see there. And just on the map there, where is South Africa? Right at the southern tip of Africa. Sometimes people don't realize that Africa is a continent and not a country. They would say, no, listen, do you know my uncle? He lives in Kenya. So Kenya is about 10,000 or 5,000 kilometers from Cape Town, where we are. So just to give you that indication that these are growth industry on the stone fruit. And I think for India, primarily plums and nectarines that we foresee there. So thanks again.
Thank you, Mr. Kruger. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, the next topic is Indian citrus industry forecast, scope of expansion and upgradation by Mr. Amol Tote. I would have called him, but unfortunately he is not here. But on his behalf, I would like to call upon Mr. Ankush Singh Chauhan. Let's give Mr. Ankush Chauhan a round of applause.
Hello everyone, I'm Ankush on behalf of Ramon Sorting India Private Limited. We are just the manufacturer of sorting equipments. As you can see, we are the manufacturer of sorting equipments, and currently we are running in these kind of fruits, different kind of fruits like apple, stone fruit, avocado, mango, kiwi, citrus, all kind of citrus that contain oranges, kinnus, even lemons as well, and potatoes, dragon fruit, and coconut. Currently in India, there are about 20 machines working in India and different varieties like 4 to 5 machines in citrus, 1 in apple. We have also introduced one new commodity for coconuts, that is matured coconut, and 1 in pomegranate, and I think 2 in I guess in mangoes in Bangalore at Renac Pack House. So this is a company profile. Basically, this company is from China. We are just a subsidiary company, and we are working here since 2016, and we have just opened our office in 2019. These are the ultra high speed. You can see the orange. Ultra high speed sorting skin color. We are sorting in the different kind of function like color, weight, size, blemish, and one is internal scanning. These are our sorting functions: sorting by weight, sorting by color, sorting by diameter, shape, blemish, and internal qualities. As you can see, there the citrus. We are scanning by the blemish, which we call external defect. If you have to, it depends on the customer what kind of scratch you want to take or you want to degrade. It depends on you. It is a customer friendly while putting all your details that this kind of scratch I don't want in the market, or this kind of scratch I want it. It's okay. You have all the options here. And as you can see there, this is the only single fruit image. You can see there are a number of images. So you can see the fruit on every angle. So you can detect all the scratches, all the defect in that single fruit, and you can decide whether this fruit is ready for the market or not ready for the market. It depends on you. And there are two different images. One is color image, other is IR images. The thing which you can't see in color image, you can see in the IR images. You can see clearly there is a spot, but you can't see in the color image, but you can see in the IR images. That is for the external defect of the fruit. It is for all fruit, not for only apple. It is for mangoes, cherries, even for dragon fruit, even for pomegranates, citrus, mangoes, avocados, cherries, strawberries. There are some more fruit. I didn't remember all of that. You can see this is the internal quality, which we initially, if you have to check whether the fruit is good from inside or not, you have to cut down and check. But the question is how many times you have to cut the fruit. For that, we have, our R&D team has identified this system, non-destructive internal quality sorting, where we can sort, like there is a browning inside the fruit. You can't see from outside. So for that, we have IQS. You can check the Brix value, internal browning, core root density. There are a number of internal injuries which we can't see. By this system, we can analyze the internal injuries and we can take out the fruit. And it happened when maximum in Kashmir, what the customer does in the plucking time, they used to store the apple in CAs. In the month of February, when they take out the apple from the CA, most of the fruit get damaged from inside. And sometime we didn't see, and nobody knows that what is inside in the fruit. But after the time of 3 or 4 months, when it comes into the market, when the auctioneer cut down the fruit, they see the fruit got rotten from inside. For that, we have internal quality sorting, which we also says that internal scanner system. Cherry sorting, you can see avocado, we can sort by weight, color, diameter, blemish, and we have the maximum sorting speed. And if you can say, we have a maximum number of lane, that is 42 lane sizer, which is working in Egypt, and his capacity for per hour nearly about 110 metric ton per hour. I think, okay. This is the you can see the grading line of Ramune. There are it is a customized grading line. It is not a one single grading line. It is the mixture of 2 to 3 grading lines. You can see. How can I zoom in? Could you please zoom in? Another, you can see there are the robotic fitting. Let me come to the very first page. You can see everything is robotic. There is one more thing. When we used to, we do sorting, we need a manual labor, huge amount of manual labor. For that, we have customized it for the robotic. If you are working in a volumes, I'm sure everybody needs a robotic system. For that, we have designed the robotic fitting, which can automatically depalletize and adopt the fully automatic, which can save time and which we can work in the volumes. And another is C-type. It is the next one is for when the full crate, the empty crate, the C-type. From one side, the full crate, and other side, the empty crate comes out. And then you can see once the crate got empty, it comes into the water tank and start washing. There are 2 kinds of washing, one with water tank, another with spray. You can see. Then next is the dryer. There are the two kind of dryer. One is drying tunnel one for that fruit which was initially got washed, and then it dried, then it comes into the wax unit, it got wax, which help us to increase the shelf life of the fruit. You can see there are the 6 lane, there's the 18 lane machine. They are currently working in South Africa. You can see Rimon orange sorting, and currently I think in South Africa there are hundreds of machine, and there are I don't think so there are any other companies machine is there, the kind of volume we are working in South Africa, even in USA. These are the drying tunnel. And now we are working up to more than 29 plus countries, as you can see, from North America continent to South America, even in Europe, Africa, India, Southeast Asia, Australia. In every country we are working. And now if you can see, we are already given 2000 plus sorting lines in all over the world. For that I have a video. These are our existing customers in India, Five River in Punjab. Okay. With the video, can you play the video? In volume. Now there are in India, we have 20 plus sorting lines, which comprise of 4 of, I think out of 24 for citrus, and the 1 in Kashmir for apple, dedicated for apple, 4 to 5 machine for mangoes, which is in Bangalore, and somewhere some of the machine in South India, and for pomegranate as well, 1 in Pune, and lemons as well in Maharashtra. And I think we have 1 more machine, 3 to 4 machine for dedicated for the Kinnu belt in Rajasthan, that was in Ganganagar, Rajasthan, and 1 in the government plant, that is Punjab Agro. I know, and there are some more machine like weight sizer. We have weight sizer, the coconut weight sizer, which was installed in Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu. This is a single lane weight sizer having the sorting speed that is 420 pieces per minute with the capacity of 5.2 metric ton per hour with a single lane, and it can up to enough 5 to 7 hours, it can give you the enough volume. So here is the video, a demo video for your reference. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ankush, and to the entire team of Remoon Sorting India Private Limited. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the next session. This session is going to be the very last session. But before that, I would like to call upon Mr. Naqvi here for the Mementos moment. And I would request Naqvi sir, please join us on stage. So firstly, we would like to give this memento to Mr. Ajay TG, General Manager, Westphalia Fruit India. Nextly, I would request Mr. Anton Kruger, Chief Executive Officer at Fresh Produce Exporters Forum, South Africa, to come forward and collect this memento. I would also request Mr. Siddiqullah Popalzai from Sansar Ban Traders Private Limited to come forward and receive this reward. Thank you so much. And I would also request Mr. Naqvi sir to give away a beautiful memento to Mr. Ankush Singh Chauhan. Well, Mr. Amol Tote, Director Remoon Sorting India Private Limited, isn't here. That is why Mr. Ankush is receiving on his behalf. So congratulations to Remoon Sorting India Private Limited. Thank you so much. I would request all the speakers to join us on stage for a group picture. Let's have a group picture. Thank you so much, gentlemen. All right, now going forward, it's time for the final session of day 2. That is AgTech, the new frontiers, innovative technologies for horti growers and new gen startups. So I would like to call upon the following people on stage. Mr. Hemendra Mathur, co-founder Think AG. Dr. Akhilesh Kumar, postdoc Israel, founder and CEO, Eden Horticulture Services, editor-in-chief, Eden Horti Magazine. I would also request Mr. Vijayanand, CEO, GreenPod Labs, and Mr. Shubhir Sharma, COO and co-founder, Fruitful, to join us here on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a round of applause for all the speakers here? Thank you. All right, welcome speakers. All right, so first of all, the topic is innovative AG tech models to drive horticulture growth. And to cover this topic, I would like to invite on podium Mr. Hemendra Mathur, co-founder Think AG. Can we have a round of applause for Mr. Hemendra?
Good evening and thanks for this opportunity. I know this is the last session of the day. So We'll try to hold your attention as much as we can, but very, very important topic, I must say. If you look at last few years, I'm sure all of you will be aware, Indian startup ecosystem has really matured quite a bit. In the world, we are rated the third largest startup ecosystem after US and China. And clearly, there are huge opportunities. Unfortunately, there are a lot of good startups they are now in agriculture, horticulture. There are various estimates, but to my knowledge, about 3,000 plus startups looking at agriculture, which is quite phenomenal. But of course, we need more. I'm very hopeful in this decade, we may touch about 10,000 startups working in this sector. So that's quite phenomenal. What are the solutions? I think any problem statement that you can think of, there's a solution now, which is a good sign. If you talk about top 3 or 4 kind of themes among startups working in horticulture, I would say the first and foremost market linkage, connecting farmers with the markets. And market could be, mom and pop kirana store. It could be modern trade. It could be e-commerce, quick commerce. It could be food processing. So trying to disintermediate chain and build supply chain which are demand driven. And we have examples. We have Fruitful on the panel. We have Sahyadri in the room. There's INI. There's Waycool. There's probably few dozen startups who are trying to solve for market linkages, especially for farmers. We are also seeing some bit of specialization. Initially when this started, everyone was focusing on multiple fruits, multiple vegetables. But we are seeing some bit of specialization. We are seeing startups, for example, in banana. We see quite a few. We see quite a few in pomegranate. We also see quite a few in spices and dry fruits. So I think that is one theme which is going to pick up, how deep you can go into the value chain and how you can build an entire vertically integrated value chain from farmer to consumer. I think those models are going to be the future. A lot of work needs to be done, but I would say good start. Second, I would say models around post-harvest intervention, especially farm level processing. I think that's also picking up quite fast, especially sorting, grading, packing, dehydration, cooling, multiple models which are coming up. Again, there's a large number of startups out there. There's as far as technologies working on the dehydration of fruits and vegetables. There are cold chain solutions like RooCart, InfiCold, EcoZen. We are sort of providing affordable cooling solution at the farm, building modular cold storages, sorting, grading, likes of Sickle. We also have Intello Labs. I saw their stall in this event also. So plenty of startups trying to make a quality assessment objective, improve the shelf life. We also have Green Pod in this panel, which has done a fantastic job in improving shelf life of many fruits from few hours to few days to few days to few weeks, which is quite significant. So very interesting solutions on the post-harvest side. The third theme is around mechanization. We are seeing a lot of application of devices like sensors and IoT devices to capture data, to sort of provide insights to the farmer. We are seeing application of drones of late. The government of India came up with a policy on SOPs for drone application. That's picking up fast. Again, early days, but I see potentially drones will become very, very critical in the entire Indian agri ecosystem. There will be multiple business models around hardware, software, services, which are going to come up. And finally, I would say that still there's a lot of potential, especially I believe solutions which can sort of add value post-harvest has a huge potential. And we are going to see a lot of new technologies coming there. It's just the start of the journey. And I would say all these technologies put together are opening up new markets, especially branding of fruits and vegetables, which hardly exist in a country. We have learned a lot from Jespri and few international brands like Dole, Del Monte. But I think in India, we can create brands now because there are a lot of new tech which can drive supply chain integration and management. We, sorry. We are also seeing opportunities opening up for exports because we have technologies to monitor quality, to control quality, and give confidence to the buyers, which they typically look for. And as I mentioned, that we have a huge opportunity to focus on the value addition. Instead of just growing and selling, grow, value add and sell, which can increase farmer share in consumer price, which can give consumer value added product which consumer is willing to pay for. So I'll stop here and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mathur, for your insights. Now, I would request Dr. Akhilesh Kumar, founder and CEO, Eden Horticulture Services, editor-in-chief, Eden Horti Magazine, to take up the podium. Thank you. I would request the AV team to play his presentation. Dr. Akhilesh Kumar presentation.
Good evening, everyone. Myself, Akhilesh Kumar. By academic degree, I'm a scientist. By profession, I'm an entrepreneur. And by this magazine, I'm a kind of journalist also. And moreover, I'm media partner of Media Fresh India also. So first of all, thanks a lot, Media Group, for inviting me and giving me this podium to share my experience. Since yesterday, we are listening, lots of people are talking about the potential of horticulture, commodity exchange, export, import possibility. So either they are one side grower, buyer or seller. I would be talking something in between, which is more important on this revolving actually, and that is a service sector. And lots of startups also coming up, but they are facing lots of challenges, especially in the context of the skilled human resource. So first of all, myself also registered startup under the Government of India. And what we are doing, I would be sharing something. In India, you see that basically three pillars of our GDP, whether it's the agriculture sector, industry sector, and service sector. Since we are developing country, especially India and China, Pakistan, most of the people are leaving agriculture and now going towards the service sector after having education or something. But somehow in this agriculture sector, we are lacking the service sector involvement and the hand-holding support. So if you see the population wise in India, 16% is agrarian economy is there, and migration, if you see the less industrialization is there, more industrialized in China and less industrialized in Pakistan. It's kind of general. So more than 54% people are now working in the kind of service sector. And if you are dealing with the agriculture sector and agriculture, these two different things. When you talk about the agriculture, you are dealing with only the pre-harvest component, which in the beginning, whether it's agri input or it's a crop cultivation. But once you are talking about the agri-business, you have to deal with the scale and collection center, processing industry, and lots of market linkage. To integrate all these things, you need a knowledge, because being nobody can be encyclopedia. I can be expert of one or two commodities, but I may not be expert for all the value chain. So these are some basic parameter and where we need a service sector contribution, especially kind of soil report. I have seen most of the people, they do not understand how to interpret the soil, water, weather report, SWOT analysis of any project location, because in agriculture is a state subject in India. You cannot copy and paste. Blueberry cultivation is very successful in the Pune, so it will be working very good in Delhi or somewhere else. Then the client intervention, whoever is the investor, what they want to do, and government schemes. There are more than, I think, 20 government bodies, they are working in agriculture, but most of the time we are unable to understand which government body is giving which subsidy and what are the parameters. And technology intervention. Some technology here also, since yesterday I'm listening, lots of technology intervention is there, but which technology will be relevant to you and which may not be relevant to do. So you have to customize as per your need, as per your climate, as per your crop. And there we need again the technology intervention. And project economics. Most of the things I think here, if you know all those things, until and unless you are not able to make a healthy project economics, you cannot judge whether this project is viable for your country or your state or your location or not. Similarly, the infrastructure development, lots of greenhouses yesterday and today also we heard lots from the retractable greenhouse from Cravo. Micro irrigation layout, lots of automation is happening and still we are about to upgrade ourselves. and vendor screening for the automation, technical specification, weather station, solar installation, agrivoltaic. This is a very emerging field, and I think we need to work on this aspect. And water harvesting also. And after that, autopilot mode, once the project having the basic infrastructure from bed preparation till crop harvesting, you should have all these knowledge. Then only you are able to, make a successful project at the ground level. I have seen most of the time, private sector are very successful while making any project policies and they are implementing at ground. But at the same time, when I see the government body, their project is not very successful. Since this podium is having both kind of audience, so I would like to share some kind of success and some kind of failure story. Let's say the Macken. Macken, for 7 years, they have done the potato multi-location trial across India. And in our schooling, in our university, we have been taught potato is kind of Gangetic plain crop and it can grow only the Ganges river bank because it needs a sandy soil. But Macken has found the best place for the processing variety potato cultivation is Gujarat. Since during the winter, they do not have a fog, there is a sandy soil, they are having plenty of sunlight, they are getting 46 ton per hectare productivity, whereas in North India, we are having 22 ton per hectare. So same crop, different location, having different economics. So these are very much important. Similarly, fruit and vegetable supply chain, one of my friends will be sitting here. They are growing iceberg lettuce across the year, not in the hydroponic, not in the protected cultivation. They are only changing the location 4 months in Haryana, 4 months in Himachal Pradesh, and 4 months in Jammu Kashmir. So this is the way the company, they do the proper feasibility study, climate, variety trial, and then they do execute their plan. And that's why they are successful. Similarly, Reliance in the Jamnagar refinery, they have made a 600-acre mango orchard, and they are exporting, and this is biggest hub for the export of quality of mango. Similar, Adani has come up with the Apple and CS Store, and now you see how successfully they are implementing. But at the same time, if you see the government projects, since I'm coming from Haryana, I have seen there's a CCDP project from FPOs. Yesterday, someone was asking for the export potential and market linkage with the UAE delegate. This kind of project should you have done exercise prior implementing the project report. It is not like you have developed infrastructure and then you are looking for the market. Similar, the cold storage infrastructure for potato, and similar they have done for the Kinnu in Sirsa. Problem is that the government is giving subsidy to the FPOs of farmers, and they are able to take the subsidy and they are able to build the infrastructure. In Kinnu case, lots of farmers were happy that pack house has come. Now we will be able to grading, sorting, and packaging. We will sell it, our Kinnu. But what happened? The Kinnu came, they did the grading, sorting, and there was no market. And then they were under stress. Okay, what to do now? We are not getting the price. And then Reliance has come up and they took their Kinnu and they sold in the market. So this kind of visionary approach is missing while we are seeing the government project. And at the same time, within the India, when I see the government, private sector, they are having visionary projects. This is all because of knowledge component. And similarly, one district, one project, one very famous scheme government has come. But you need to understand agriculture is agroclimatic zone based. You cannot divide it as a territory based. If something is happening in UP, Saharanpur district, and so that will change in the Bulandshahr district. So these kind of thing, I think, is all because of planning. I don't know how many people are from government sector sitting here, but Fresh India and this kind of podium can be very good for such kind of collaboration. I would be sharing some kind of my advice. So challenges with our education R&D systems. I had a lot of interaction for few people, and most of the time people are complaining we are not getting skilled manpower and all those things. So you see, whatever we are studying in our university, touch out, I have done my research in CSIR lab, PhD. I have worked in ICR lab. I have US patent. So I have understand all the R&D institutes. In university, whatever we have been taught, it's out of syllabus. We are talking for now off-season production, greenhouse cultivation, multi-location trial, but we assume Rabi and Kharif crop and this can happen only this period, which is now not happening. Similarly, we are doing research on the publication basis, not for the farmer related or farmer oriented. Lack of practical exposure. Our students or even faculty, our scientists, they do not visit. I have been 5 years in Israel. I have seen how strongly the scientists and frequently they visit the farmer field, which I do not see in India. Similarly, do not interact with the farmer and even traders. Traders are the good source of informer. They can tell you what time, what price commodity price will shoot up. And lack of business sense and the futuristic vision. And similarly, not aware about the government policy and subsidies. Today morning, Mahapatra sir was talking about the Agri Infrastructure Fund, but I know how difficult and how tough it is to get those agri infrastructure budget, because lots of government, they have distributed their share among different government bodies. So these are some kind of roller coaster. To execute any project, you need to have this kind of component, and then only you will be able to understand and make a good project economics for the project. And it is very important. I have seen in India, like one shopkeeper who was selling the pesticide, he has become a kind of, advisor or something. And we believe one agronomist job is enough. But you see Cravo people, how they are talking about the microclimate management and then greenhouse and then production. Somehow in India, we are lacking this kind of understanding. Plant physiology is very much important. Microclimate is very much important. If you are able to cope up with these kind of component, of course, you can get the better quality, export quality. And I think somehow we are missing this kind of linkage within India. Just for the case study, because we believe in the field service other than doing the lip service. This project I started 1 year before in the Kutch, and the honor of this project, Anandini Agroji, also sitting among you people, Mr. Anurag Khanna. And within 1 year, you can see how translate with this thing, the basic flood irrigation, and then, these structures we made, different kind of structure for the prototype, which this is open field and this is our greenhouses. These are the team manager. These are kind of crop within 1 year we have grown and seen the economics, which month, what crop we can grow and how much price we can get per acre, how much income we can generate. This way, each and every project site is unique in itself. In agriculture, you have to work accordingly as per the location. So just agri startup which they are coming, how they are seeking the service sector help. These are the sub important thing. Metagenomics. I have seen many times people are trying to grow turmeric, vertical farming. They do not understand what is the metagenomics. Metagenomics is kind of microbes present in their soil. Meghalaya soil cannot be similar to Karnal soil or Madhya Pradesh soil. So those metagenomics affect the metabolic profiling of your any crop, whatever you are growing, whether medicinal plant or even the fruit, vegetable or spices, where GI index that Dr. Mahapatra was talking. Similarly, the plant genomics, varieties and metabolomics, which is very much important. How much aroma is there, how much curcumin content is there in turmeric, lots of things in each and every commodities. Until and unless you do not have basic knowledge, traceability test, laboratory test, you cannot face the export market. So this is very much important. Similarly, the microclimate management, as I said it before, the plant nutrition and disease diagnosis, this is a very fundamental knowledge. Integrated pest management, post-harvest management, food processing technology, nutritional profiling, and integration of the government policy. These are the all different domains. And in our universities, we have been chopped into 26 disciplines. And one person who is studying plant physiology, he may not be knowing the soil or microbiology or biotechnology and biochemistry. So that's why we are not able to deliver at the farmers' fields. Since I'm sitting at a Fresh India Forum and lots of the private people are there, I would like to, okay, whatever possible and whatever is government is doing, that is good, we need to appreciate. But being a private sector, how we can help each other and we can contribute for the nation. These are the sub of my submission. First of all, whoever is participating in such kind of business event, there should be a business directory so that not only one day event, this kind of networking event can be across the year. Collaboration and R&D among the corporate sector. Most of the time, some companies coming with some new plant variety and they are doing one place and they are trying to sell across India. And most of the time, investor or client, they are skeptic about the production, yield and performance. I think if some company is working with something, we can make network among ourselves and we can do the multi-location trial so that within the short period, we will be able to tell the crop economics, how much viable and how much fruitful it will be for this location and this states. Skill development, which is just last year when I was in Fresh India, I met someone, Adani, and they were looking for the skilled human manpower who can do the grafting between the root stock and the shy for the apple plantation. And they are saying we are helpless, we are not getting any universities. This kind of forum is very good for the networking between G2B, government to business people. but I think somehow we are not able to deliver. But I hope this kind of submission, if our intellectual people from this forum will take, we can solve some of the challenges of our country. And the multi-location trial by professional expert, because each and every company, they are dealing with some one of the commodities. We can help each other and we can generate the data, and it will be, I think, win-win situation for all of us. And the compilation of data released for fruit and vegetables, like this year prediction, onion price will shoot up. Just now, one of my senior was telling. So these kind of, because it's a very dynamic market. So we have to compile the real-time data. If you go on internet, everything is, not reliable trust. You cannot trust any data because this is kind of cooked data. But if we are sitting at this forum, we can compile this data, and that data will be very helpful to make a very good and viable business plan. Buyer and seller meeting, of course, this is important. And carbon and water footprinting, since we are talking about the off-season cultivation, we need to manipulate the microclimate of any particular location, then only we can grow off-season crop. Because currently in our cost of cultivation in India, we are not calculating the energy cost, water cost. But in future, this should be the part of the cost of cultivation. Then only we will be able to, meet our 1.4 billion population we have to feed. But we have to take care of the environment also. If soil, water, energy will be not there, there will be hunger and poverty. Thank you very much. I had limited time. I tried my best to compile within the stipulated time. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Dr. Akhilesh. Now, I would like to call upon Mr. Vijay Anand, CEO, GreenPod Labs, to come over the podium and speak a few words. Zordar taaliyan ho jaye for Mr. Vijay Anand.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. Basically, I'm here to kind of, have a session on understanding the post-harvest side. This was technically meant to be a discussion around what are the new technologies out here. So we as a company from GreenPod Labs very specifically operate in the post-harvest space. So once the fruits and vegetables are harvested, as we know, globally, we are facing a shortage of about 30 to 40% in value drop. This is lots in between the supply chain from farm to fork. Basically, how we can increase the retention of the quality. And yesterday also in the forum, we had a lot of people talking about the nutritional value of the crop to be retained. So how we can ensure that food safety and food security for the future generations, that's the whole problem that we work on. As we know, by 2050, our food demand is going to grow significantly high. We as a country going to have so much of population that we need to increase our yield in a drastic level, like, at least 30% of production increase we need to look at. At this situation, as of today, when we see it, the problem statement is not about increasing the yield significantly. It's about what we are losing, the 30 to 40%, how we can protect it for the future generations. So by not increasing the yield, you are not absorbing so much of resources that is available to you. And by ensuring that what is being produced is protected, you are ensuring that more commodities are reaching safe. You're de-risking the value supply chain, and you're inviting more players to take higher bets into the supply chain. So these are the problem statements at which post-harvest companies in this ecosystem are working on. So GreenPod Labs is one such company based out of India. We are from Chennai. What we are doing is we are working and solving this problem at both ambient conditions and also at cold conditions. To give you a perspective, countries like India, there are three sets of problems that we need to solve for. One, access. Once the food is being produced, fresh produce is being produced, we need to have access to cold storage. Access to cold storage is not a problem. Farmers are aware, traders are aware, supply chain is fully aware. Access is never a problem. Affordability becomes a problem. When affordability becomes a problem, it is like how much return on investment that you make upfront is something that you can calibrate towards the end of supply chain. So we need to build a solution which is more accessible, more affordable, and where the world is heading towards, we need to make it more sustainable for the future generations to adopt. So these are the three phenomena that we understood when we went to different farmers, traders, exporters, and whoever is in the supply chain. We understood these parameters, and we started building a small product which will help us to solve this problem in a meaningful way. Just to give you a small perspective, our product is a small sachet kind of a product. All that you need to do is place it along with fruits and vegetables in the crate to extend the shelf life. Now, globally, if you see, there are trends like, you can do dip-based, wash-based technologies that are available, which will extend the shelf life. There are coating based materials that are available, which we need to run in a conveyor belt, and you need to apply coating on 360-degree, and those solutions are available. But for country like India, there is a heavy capital expenditure that needs to go on for such technologies. There is additional manpower, additional delay in supply chain process. May not be the right technology. Those are meant for more developed countries where everything is organized. The farm size are huge. Farmer can invest into those kind of technologies. But in countries like India, there is a huge problem there. We need to solve something which is more within the access range of, like, immediate harvest, immediate supply chain, immediate deployment, and immediately it has its effectiveness. So that's the place where we predominantly operate into. And what we have done is we have built a biotechnology based solution for this. As this industry grows, what we see is interjunction of technologies, interjunction of different core technologies is where new startups are going to emerge. So at GreenPod Labs, we use biotechnology, data science, bioinformatics to kind of build solutions which is more delivered crop specific. So this tiny sachet product that I'm talking about, all that you need to do is place it in a box of, say, mangoes or a box of grapes. You just need to place it. So it works on a different science called defense mechanism. So if I have to give you a perspective, it's like activating the immune system in the fruits and vegetables. So what happens is when you get a disease attack, your immunity improves. Basically, in this process, your health is improving, because of which you're able to fight back the disease. So understand, if after harvest, every fruit and vegetable is living, so which means it has its own inbuilt capabilities available. So what we are doing is we are activating the inbuilt capabilities of the fruits and vegetables to kind of extend the shelf life from one side. And because the defense is high, microbial and fungal attack cannot happen faster because the threshold is really large. So one side you get more life, and on the other side, you get less spoilage. So this becomes the entire supply chain. So when we build a product, we ensure that we understand the physiology of every crop. We work on the enzymatic reactions that goes into every crop as it goes towards the senescence or towards the death path when it is traveling. What are the changes the crop goes into? We study what contributes towards each of these physiological changes that happens into the commodity, and we ensure that these passages or the path that in which it is going is being delayed. So by delaying this entire passage, you get more life. So similar to us, there are technologies in this forum. We had a gentleman coming from Himachal representing 1-MCP, which is again widely used technology in US markets, and they are penetrating into European market, where they block the ethylene receptors in fruit. So basically any climatic fruit which is ripening, it has to produce ethylene as a hormonal compound outside. So these ethylene, when it goes back and reacts to with the fruit, it accelerates the ripening. So the path in which this ethylene that comes out and goes and touches the fruit back is being blocked by this 1-MCP compound. So because it is being blocked, whatever the fruit is generating is only coming out, and what is coming out is not going back to the fruit again. So they are able to extend shelf life in that way. So as a forum, when we represent this panel, we feel that the audience can be educated with more such technology and resources that's available in the Indian ecosystem, and more than happy to kind of have a discussion to see if you are really interested on working on few commodities. We can really open to see and have a collaboration to see how we can help you in your supply chain. Really appreciate the opportunity. Thank you so much.
Now I would request Mr. Shubhir Sharma, COO and co-founder, Fruitful, to come forward and speak a few words. Can we have a round of applause for Mr. Sharma?
Yeah. Hi. I know it's late and everybody wants to go home, so not take much time. So I'm Subir, co-founder at Fruitful. So we have been building a technology supply chain for fresh category. So we work in 8+ states in India, source from Himachal, Kashmir, and all down to the south. So we work with a lot of government agencies and non-profits in India. And now we are also entering partnership with using Microsoft Azure data models to further enhance our demand-led model. So one interesting use case is, I think, not many know that, like categories like fresh in India are very huge. So even if you pick any market, like let's suppose a banana market in India, it's like banana alone is a $10 billion market in India. So it's almost, if you compare with the Google, Facebook ad revenue or ad market in India, it's more than that. So what interesting use cases, even if you pick one category, in fresh, it's very large in itself. It's like you can build multi unicorns on those categories. I don't think many investors are there, but they would like to see more data on that. So the issue with the Indian market is we don't have demand-led data. So if you see invest in mature markets, there's a lot of demand-driven agriculture where you have big retailers, big organized chains who have data on what is getting sold, and then they push back to the farm level. Because of that market missing, we have very less information on the ground side. So what we are building is in the unorganized sector, can we get data on these categories and go back and influence the farmers to not grow, but how much the consumption is, what is the pattern, what is the demand, and all of that. And now we see most of the technology companies coming into this space. They want to use this data and build that. So that's what we are. And some of the use cases, because I spent time with consulting firms and technology companies. So if not many know, Walmart globally for the highest selling product is bananas. So they do roughly 12 billion pounds of banana every year. So many of the banana companies were here yesterday and today also. So, but interestingly, what Walmart has been able to do in US is vertically integrate the farm, for them. So from Mexico and Africa, and Mr. Hemendra was saying, we need to have a lot of vertical integrations because they have a lot of demand side data. So they have like 5,600 stores in US. They have each store data, what is getting sold. So even they do a year projection and year demand forecasting for the product. So that's how they are able to make so much money, right? So what we are targeting is building the similar use case in India, because there is no organized retail and majority of the fresh is consumed in offline channels. So our target is when we get this data out, then very interesting new developments, new models, new businesses will be built on those data models. So that's what Fruitful is doing about. Thank you, and happy to answer any questions here.
Thank you so much. Now I would like to take this opportunity and call upon Mr. Saurabh Raina, Assistant Vice President, Reliance Retail Limited, to come forward for closing remarks of Fresh India Show Forum. Can we have a round of applause for Mr. Raina?
Good evening, everyone. I know it's late and it's Saturday too, so very quickly, thank you, Fresh India Show. It was just the 5th edition, very young, but looking at the audience, looking at the event, I think there was something for everyone here. So for me personally, the sessions on blueberries and avocados, they've been eye-openers. So I'll look at the imports as well. So yeah, it's been great, great participation. No, there have been questions, and more so such events, act as a platform for networking. So definitely we look forward for the 6th and many more years to go like this. Thank you so much. Have a nice evening.
Thank you so much. So please stay back. Please stay back. And now I would like to request Mr. Naqvi. Naqvi sir, please come forward for the memento moment. And I would request Mr. Hemendra Mathur, co-founder Think AG, to come forward and collect his memento. Thank you so much, Mr. Hemendra Mathur. Now, I would request Dr. Akhilesh Kumar, founder and CEO, Eden Horticulture Services, editor-in-chief, Eden Horti Magazine. Please come forward and take the memento. Now, I will request Mr. Vijay Anand, CEO, Green Pod Labs. Please come forward. And to Mr. Shubhir Sharma, COO and co-founder, Fruitful. And last but not the least, Mr. Saurabh Raina, Assistant Vice President, Reliance Retail Limited, for closing remarks. I would request you to, sir, please take this memento. Let's have a group picture, everybody.
Thanks, Kabir. Support exhibitors, promoters, organizers, speakers. वो recording कर रहे हैं.
So now, we would really love to hear feedback from you all. If you have any suggestion, any idea, any feedback in your mind, please give it to us. It's an open forum. Would you like to share your ideas with us? कुछ भी आपके दिमाग में है, दिल में है, कोई feedback है जिसको हम feed forward में convert करना चाहें, तो कुछ भी है, it's an open forum. Please come, feel free and come forward to share your ideas and suggestion. Anyone? Yeah. So Mr. Vimal is with us.
I have a very humble request. If the people who are standing in front, if they can just sit for a couple of minutes, I'll be highly thankful. So, good evening, everyone. I didn't know I was supposed to speak, so I'm not come prepared. But मैं कुछ छोटी कुछ 3-4 चीजें आपको बताना चाहूंगा. आई एम एन ग्रोवर बेसिकली, एज आई टोल्ड यू यस्टरडे. मैं एक किसान हूं और इस फॉर्म पे मैंने व्हाट आई हैव नोटिस्ड दैट वी हैव टॉक्ड अबाउट वैल्यू एडिशंस, cold chain and so many other things, but how to produce a product which is worth value addition is very important for all of us to know. तो सबसे पहली चीज उन सब लोगों के लिए बताना चाहूंगा जो ग्रोइंग में बिलीव करते हैं and who are here to represent that class of people, growers, and trust me, without growers this whole industry is going to be in shambles. तो ग्रोवर के लिए सबसे बड़ी चीज है ये जितना भी ऑटोमेशन, जितना भी इक्विपमेंट आप अपने फार्म्स में लगाते हैं, be sure that this equipment is not going to produce your plant. Be very sure. It's only and only the technology that you are using, you must learn how to operate the technology. Fundamentally, we are incorrect. Average Indian grower is incorrect. Fundamentally, we are wrong. We still don't know how to irrigate a plant. We still don't know how to fertigate a plant. मैं बहुत कॉन्फिडेंस से आपको ये बता सकता हूँ कि एवरेज हिंदुस्तानी ग्रोवर को प्लांट को कैसे पानी देना है नहीं आता है, कैसे उसको फर्टिलाइजर देना नहीं आता है. इन सब चीजों पे ध्यान दीजिए. पानी की क्वालिटी कैसे देखी जाती है नहीं मालूम है एवरेज ग्रोवर को. मिट्टी की क्वालिटी कैसे जानी जाती है नहीं है मालूम है एवरेज ग्रोवर. फर्टिलाइजर के बैग के ऊपर क्या लिखा है ये हिंदुस्तान में 99% ग्रोवर्स को आता नहीं. लेट मी टेल यू, एंड दीज आर द फंडामेंटल मिस्टेक जिसकी वजह से एंड ऑफ द डे some of the best possible projects have gone missing, gone failures. तो मेरी आपसे रिक्वेस्ट है, साइंटिस्ट मत बनिए, एंटरप्रेन्योर बनिए. 12वीं की साइंस की किताब बहुत अच्छे से पढ़िए. 12वीं की साइंस की किताब अच्छे से पढ़िए. ये किताब आपको एक अच्छा ग्रोवर बनाने के लिए बहुत सक्सेसफुल. That is one. Second fundamental thing that we commit solid blunder is हमारे को ये नहीं मालूम है कि जब हम कोई भी प्रोडक्ट कल्टीवेशन के लिए लगाते हैं, हमने इसको बेचना है, वैल्यू एडिशन करनी है। इज इट फॉर मेडिसिनल पर्पज, इज इट फॉर एरोमेटिक पर्पज, इसका एंड यूज क्या है? तो बहुत क्लियर हो जाइए एट द टाइम ऑफ सोइंग ए सीड, यू मस्ट नो जो आपका प्रोडक्ट है वो कहाँ होने जा रहा है। any product that is going to be for aromatic use, जैसे वो हमारे सरदार जी आए थे आज शेफ, जैसे वो culinary art की बात कर रहे थे, anything that you are trying to grow for culinary purpose should be grown as possible as near to nature. Don't violate basic nature. इस स्टेज पे मेरे को लगता है कि लोगों के लिए कुछ बोलना और सुनना, मेरे लिए बोलना तो पॉसिबल है, सुनना शायद नहीं है। अगर आप सुनेंगे, आई एम वेरी श्योर कि कुछ ना कुछ यहाँ से आप लेके जाएंगे। Still, thank you so much for staying so long.
Thank you so much, sir.